And welcome back to Music Free Gaming. I hope you're having a fabulous day. I forgot to set the colors. It happens. It happens surprisingly a lot. Anyway, I hope you're having a fabulous day. It is Saturday, and let's just get into it. Let's get into some Minecraft. It's going to be fun. I did my adulting yesterday, so I don't actually have any particular thing stopping me from streaming until I'm done streaming. So I may go long today, which could be fun. But today, it's happened. Well, it didn't happen today. It happened yesterday, really. But I got the last of my villagers in. That's right. I managed to find the last villager I needed, which is back behind this pile of chests, the impaling villager. And yeah, so that's exciting. I have a villager that is a master of impaling. I should probably be a little bit worried. Also, you might notice that a lot of these guys are either fully traded up or mostly traded up because I wanted to get them. Well, I wanted the glass trade is really what I wanted. Did I succeed in getting it? Sometimes. Absolutely sometimes. But not always, which is fine. But we got there because I needed the glass to finish up actually this guy over here. the bee farm. Because what I needed to do, close that, is I needed this to be full. Or at least not full. I needed these droppers right in here to be full and the hoppers underneath to be full so that they can keep the honey farm flowing and then have a little bit of extra just to be sure. Well, great. So it's doing its thing, which is fabulous. But it takes a lot of glass to fill up, what's it, 34 or 18? Or let's see, it's 18 plus 10, 28. I can do math. Takes a lot of glass to do 28 stacks of bottles. So that's done. We are stacked, as they say. Okay, which is great. So now we have ourselves some villagers. We have a bunch of librarians. I have them turned down, but I think, oh heck, I've got friendly mobs and hostile mobs all turned off even. So you can't hear all the hemming and hawing that's happening here, which is probably for the best. We're going to do something about that too, but let's see if I can get this place actually decorated and looking good. Now, I was tempted. I don't think I'm going to. I was tempted to shift a couple of these villagers around. So the way I have this organized is starting here at this guy. It's alphabetical. I've got everybody sorted alphabetically going all the way around over to there. So from Aqua Affinity to Unbreaking 3, we're set. And then I also set up a small section of villagers that's just the things you use all the freaking time, right? Efficiency 5, right? That's this dude over here. Kind of expensive, unfortunately. Unbreaking, Mending, Fortune, Silk Touch, right? This is basically your tools where we need all the tools, okay? Which is great. And then there are things like, okay, Sharpness is over here, Looting's over that way. I don't need those nearly as often, or like Protection enchantments and stuff. But the main ones that you use all the time are over here, and it's great. But I said this efficiency guy, he's kind of expensive at 37. I have another efficiency 5 guy over EF. It's over this way. This guy right here, who has efficiency at 25. So I'm really tempted to swap those two around. And at least they're in easy spots. You know what? Temptation. That's it. I've succumbed to temptation. We're going to do it. We're going to do it. I wasn't going to, but we're going to now. I've talked myself into it. This is all your fault, chat. You didn't say anything about it, but it's all your fault. So, yeah. So, obviously, it couldn't be my own weirdness. No. No, my weirdness is absolutely not to blame here. This is 100% chat's weirdness. Yeah, that's right, chat. It's all you. Okay. So what I need to do here, first of all, actually, I think I can go here. I need to be sure that, for one, I'm going to drop a minecart here, and I need to be sure it only picks up this guy. Okay? Cool. The other thing is, let's go ahead and get the activator rail in place. We're not going to need it right yet. All right. And then I'm going to shift him over here temporarily. Okay. I just need a temporary spot for him to sit while I shuffle things around. If you've ever played the Towers of Hanoi, that's what's happening here. Okay, is we are shifting some guys around, shifting the towers around so that, okay. I need you to step forward, please. That's right. Step forward. He's not going to step forward. You know, villagers, man. They're great and all, but okay. Yep, that's right. You stand right there. And whoosh. Gotcha. All right, so let's go ahead and pop this out. Okay. And then he is going to go over there. Great. Hi, sorry, we're moving you. You've been transferred to another department. It's fine. You're going to be great here. You're going to love it. It's actually going to be good for you. This is good for your career. All right, so I need to do the same thing with this guy. All right, so we'll pop off some rails. Block off places that don't need to be there. All right. And this, well, for now, I don't need to do anything yet. Scoop up. Yes. I love that they made it easier to scoop up villagers. I really do. All right. So let's shift you over here for the time being. Okay. You are being transferred. This is actually probably not great for your career, but that's okay. That's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. Okay. Because we all know that the business decisions are going to override the personnel decisions or your personal career goals. Okay. That's just how life works. And you're going to have to learn. Whoa. Stop. Going to have to learn to live with that. However, we need to be sure that actually everything's going to work correctly. So hang on just a minute. Okay. I just need to be sure that he ends up in the right place. Okay. And whoosh. There we go. Perfect. That's what we needed. All right. Now, turn this around, turn this around, turn that around. And we are going to bring this guy in here. All right. I think this will work. Right? This is probably going to work just perfectly smooth and without any issues at all. Okay. Good news is I have no activator rails anywhere except where I'm moving him to. So it's going to be great. I should probably double check that the other ones are out there are the least expensive trades as well. Okay. Sweet. See? Easy peasy. And that's why they pay me the big bucks. Okay. It's not that big of bucks, but still. All right. So let's see what else. So I now have my cheap efficiency guy over here. On breaking 3 is 1. Mending is 4. That guy's going to be a pain, so I may not move him. Fortune's 1. Silk Touch is 1. Let's check my other mending villager over here, LM. And he's 1. Yeah, unfortunately, the mending guys ended up in the corners, and I don't want to mess with that. So it's unfortunate. I mean, 4 for mending is not crazy. Okay, but it's over there. that's the one I would want to go to if I need to buy lots of mending books. All right, so all of that in mind, I think we're good to take up the rail. And then I need to figure out a bunch of other things. Okay? See if I can do this without causing a serious problem somewhere. Remember what I said about not causing a serious problem? Yeah, okay. Gravity works. Okay. It's interesting, these guys keep refreshing something. See all those, I don't know if you saw it, but there were a whole shower of green sparkles going on over there. I don't know if they were refreshing their trades or rediscovering that they have jobs. If it's the latter, that kind of concerns me a little bit, but that's, I guess we'll be okay. All right, but let's get all this rail picked up. Oh, this took forever. Seriously. Multiple hours of work went into getting all of these villagers in place, and it was a pain. Let's just call it what it is. Pain was had by me. I mean, it wasn't nearly as bad as it could have been, because I set up the mine carts and everything was... Honestly, villagers are a lot easier to move when you have mine carts. But, and that's wonderful. Big fan of the minecarts. Okay. All right, so eventually this track will probably go away, but we'll leave it for the moment. All right, the next thing I want to do, first off, is let's get all of this rail put back into this chest. Or this shulker. Oh, shulker, you're so fine. You're so fine. You store my mines and carts. All right. We are going to move out here. All right. Wonderful. So, here's the fun. I've got 2 goals today. Okay. The first is to actually decorate this room and make it look pretty. Okay? And I will, yes, we'll probably end up leaning into the whole bookshelf aesthetic, right? That's why I have my emotional support axe right there. Okay. Right. So I think I'm going to go with something along these lines, okay? Which looks fine. The second problem I have, okay, and the second goal for this setup is to set up the labeling in such a way so it's easier to see where everything is, what the trades are, and it's like, oh, I'm looking for an armor trade. And just real quick, where's the armor? Now, before I put these guys in, I did actually consider departmentalizing them. So we'd have armor trades in one section, weapon trades in another section, right? And doing that. And then I just decided that, you know what? I'm just going to alphabetize them. It'll be simpler, and we'll just go with that. And it is. And I'm happy. This setup works fine. But the signs are hard to read, right? Like that mending sign, can't really read it from here. This sign, what is this, piercing 4? Yeah, you can't tell, right? It's just seeing these at an angle, and it's just weird. So what I want to do is set these up so that it's easier to see as we come by. Oh, this is, you know, the Bane of Arthropods 5 guy, right? Okay, you know, that's sort of fun and exciting bits, okay? What complicates this are the corners, okay? So for these guys that are standing along the outside, I've got one or maybe even two places where I can do things, okay? I've got this place right in front of them, right? Or I have one side, right? I could add a sign or something on the bookshelf, okay? Which is great. That's lovely. But the corners are a problem, right? Because the corners, right? I don't have a thing there, right? So the Silk Touch and the Smite 5 guy, they kind of share this one block. Where everybody else gets 2, these guys really only get to share 1. Which is going to complicate matters, all right? So we're gonna make this happen. But I don't know how. Okay, is that fair? I have no clue what's going to happen here, but it's going to be something. However, I think the first thing I'm going to do is let's go ahead and fill in the bookshelves. That seems like a reasonable thing. But to do that, I'm going to need bookshelves. So let's make a withdrawal. All right. That should be enough. I hope. If it's not, it's not. But we should see. The other thing I need to label on these guys as part of the labeling is who has glass trades and who has bookshelf trades. Okay, because I have all of these villagers for the enchantments. Okay, that's why I spent hours grinding out the various enchantments. Turns out I need to bring more money. But maybe. Let's see how much more I need. Anyway, so I did spend the time grinding out all of the enchantments and stuff, which is great. But Infinity. to infinity and beyond. Also, I may think about redoing my gear. My tools are probably fine. I added sharpness 5 to my axe, finally, both of them. So these guys are actually where I want them to be. My emotional support axe, that's the Silk Touch one, and the Sparkle axe, which is the Fortune 3. Those are great. But everything else... Actually, I think most of my tools are probably in a good place. Though having a spare set isn't necessarily a bad thing. But my armor actually has some issues. Like, my helmet only has its fire protection 3. You know, my sneaky pants, I have swift sneak, protection 4. These guys are probably okay. My boots only have protection 3. So, yeah, we've got some upgrades that need to happen. And I don't know that I can actually do it. Like my boots, I think they might fall into the, hey, it's too expensive. The helmet I probably could add the thing to. Heck, I think I need an extra level of respiration on these. So I think it's respiration 3, right? Punch, quick charge. Yeah, it's respiration 3. I only have respiration 2. So yeah, I think we're gonna be looking at upgrading all of my armor. I don't even remember. I mean, I do have a netherite chest plate. I just don't remember what it is. Also, I should enchant all of my elytra. All right, so that's going to be a thing. Anyway, let's buy some more bookshelves. Hi, do you have bookshelves? No. So yes, I do need to mark which of these guys sells glass, which of them sells bookshelves. Because obviously, if I'm going to buy books, right, all of these require a book as part of the trade. So I need to know who's selling the books. Right? Makes sense? Sure it does. Absolutely. It makes all the sense in the world. And, yeah. Okay. Great. So, awesome. They are wonderful. Now, the one problem with setting these blocks up like this is they don't really talk to each other. These guys can talk to each other. But the rest of them can't really talk to each other. That may or may not be a good thing. But it's not going to matter quite as much, I think. And if you get over to the side, you get to see all of their elbows poking out. So that's cool. I think I am going to be sliding in with some chiseled bookshelves and some stuff as well, but I need to figure all of that out. So let's see. So first off, this is 2 blocks high, 5. This is where this needs to go. Now, sadly, I don't think I have enough terracotta to go all the way around this. I might. There's a definite might happening here, but I'm not convinced, so we'll see. Okay. Those center sections will need some too, probably. Yep, and I'm out. All right, let's make my way to the storage. Actually, you know what? Let's stop by the clerics first and buy some lapis. This is the other reason I have clerics. It's redstone, yes, but also lapis. Okay, because, yeah, it turns out dyeing all of this terracotta blue Takes a lot of blue. Okay. So we'll just swing through. That's fine. All right. All right. Depending on how far we get with the library today, I very well might build at least some of the elevator. All right. I think all of this orange terracotta is about to become blue terracotta. Okay. Not the black terracotta, though. The black we're going to need elsewhere, so. Okay, we'll just do this way. All right. It's slow and annoying, but I need to be sure it doesn't grab the black. All right, and blue. Wonderful. Okay. Cool. Let's actually let's turn those into blocks so I save a little storage space. Great. And we do the thing. All right. Sweet. All right, let's go finish getting this blue terracotta in place, and then we can start looking at other things. I do like the idea of chiseled bookshelves, but again, I have the problem that the corners are a problem, right? I could put chiseled bookshelves next to each of these villagers and say that, hey, if you want Riptide, there are some books to the left of the Riptide villager. Okay? So I could come over here and say, all right, here's Riptide. There are books right here. Awesome. What happens here? Now, yes, I could put books in the corner, but the chiseled bookshelves, they only show up on one side. So the corners will probably stay these bookshelves, and then it's going to be, okay, the left side is Smite, and the bottom one is, or the left, this top one would be Sweeping Edge, and this bottom one would be Smite. Right? I could do that. That actually would make a little bit of sense. Then the left hand goes, except for this guy, which is then on the bottom there. Okay. Possibility. Definite possibility. 2, 3. Yep, these villagers are definitely going to enjoy their lives of being stuck in boxes. See, their problem is they're too tall, right? If they were short, they wouldn't have this problem. They'd have other problems, but. Okay, so the idea here is actually, let's get that black terracotta. Now, I'm not going to have enough of this to do what I want to do, but let's, because I want to cover this entire thing with a black terracotta, just like that. Okay, it's going to pop up here like so. Where things are going to get funky is coming across the top of this, right? So okay, because this room is 5 blocks high. These deep slate stairs that are going around have to be at that level, okay? Okay, and they have to be at that level to keep the villagers in. Because the villagers are exactly 2 blocks tall. They're standing on carpet, which locks them in. Okay, because the carpet is, turns out, not 2 blocks high. Or it's not perfectly flat. It's like a quarter block or something, or tenth of a block or something. Just tall enough that the villagers smash their head on these stairs, okay? Great for the villagers' foreheads. But the lure villager, I don't think agreed with me, but, you know, that's okay. So, now what would have been really cool and a lot more trouble than it's worth would have actually been to have themed the villagers. Seriously, more trouble than it's worth. I don't like going out and it's one of the reasons I don't like the villager rebalance that they proposed. It's like where the swamp villagers are where you get mending and things like that, right? You know, jungle villagers do this. But think how cool it would have been to have the jungle villagers in their red be the weapons guys and the purple villagers, right? The swamp villagers be armor and the other villagers be tools, right? Even just with the ones I have, I've got these guys, the taiga villagers, and I've got, well, yeah, so I had the taiga villagers. I was going to say I had some with brown arms, but really it's just the brown and orange. And yes, some are taiga villagers, you can tell by their pants. And some are just the plain brown villagers. But to have those brighter colors, say, oh, go see the red villagers for weapons. That would have been great. Yeah, that's why I'm not doing the villager rebalance type thing, right? Oh yeah, I'd have to go breed up jungle villagers to do the thing. We're not doing the thing, okay? That's not happening here. So, we have to figure out that labeling with signs and stuff. Also, let's figure out a couple things. One, let's go ahead and put that away. And two, let's figure out what it takes to build chiseled bookshelves. Okay. Yeah, if you just drop into my chat to spam your own channel, you get banned. Sorry, Brian, that's how that goes. Okay. So, we do the thing. All right, so let's see. I was thinking. What was I thinking? Oh yeah, chiseled bookshelf. So if I want to do a bookshelf, chiseled bookshelf, it's planks and slabs. Okay, that's fair. Do I have orange terracotta? Oh, right, because that was left over from the trades. I didn't leave any in there, did I? Okay. So this is all the terracotta I have. I'm not going to do it now, but, or I may not, probably won't even do it next week. Is starting to get some mason trades for terracottas, just so I can buy terracotta and not have to go mine it. Though it's not like I'm lacking in terracotta nearby, right? It's around. Anyway, this is not the right storage room. I also need to color code these signs and probably change that from black or white to gray, maybe. In any case, spruce. Spruce will work best for this, I think. Especially since I already have a bunch of spruce slabs. All right. So let's go ahead and get our chiseled bookshelves. Not enough. Okay. Shelves galore. Chisel all those shelves. That's also probably not enough. Okay, spruce. You're gonna be here. It's gonna be great. Chiseled bookshelf. Okay. It's going to be close. Whether that's enough or not, I'm not entirely sure, but it's going to be close. All right. And yeah, I definitely want to get a couple of bubble vaders. One that comes up this way. And eventually there's going to be a third level. So right now the zombie conversion station's in the way. But I mean, I can move that, I suppose. Not now. That's a problem for future me. Let's get in here and do this thing. All right, so I can't just take this out because then they'll jump over the bookshelves. That would be bad. So, let's talk about what's going on top of this. I could put another bookshelf up there, which would be fine. But, I mean, you can kind of see it. Right, so if I were to come in here, whoopsie derpsy. Right, and if I were to load that up as bookshelves, I mean, that's okay, right? Nobody asked you. Okay. I mean, I could put, like, frog lights up there, because I certainly have plenty of frog lights. And then, yeah, I mean, the mending guy is all about the frog lights. Okay. Okay, so those are definite possibilities. The nice thing about frog lights versus the bookshelves is it lights the place up. All right, so let's get some frog lights. And let's just see what this looks like. Okay, so we'll grab some pearlescent ones. I think are going to look... I think they're going to look okay. This one may be a bookshelf. But the rest of them... And part of the reason I'm thinking the pearl, you know, the purple is to blend with this blue terracotta in the back. But, yeah. So that's a possibility. So if I put this in, and, you know, I could put in the ochre frog lights, for example. Those would be fine. But, okay. So that's there. That is really purple. Let's try the ochre. Okay, just because the yellow that is the ochre might fit a little bit better. At least it might blend better with the oak that's part of the bookshelves. Okay. Yeah, that is a little bit better. Okay. And like, as I said, it gives all the light around here that I need. All right. Yep. I'm down with that. All right. So let's get all of the... Oops. Hi. Hi. Nope. We'll get this. I'll figure this out. Scaffolding's not that hard. Okay. So we'll do... So I think this one will be a bookshelf, but... Oopsies. We'll pick that up in a minute. All right, so let's go ahead and run these happy little frog lights all the way around the outside. Okay. 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 Yeah. It's like I thought I had more. Oh, what a lovely sound. Okay. Oh, that one I'll pick that one up in a minute. The one on the outside edge, I can change back to a bookshelf just so it looks like books. Okay. Right, so that goes there. And then that one goes there. All right. Great. Now, that's going to leave everybody in place. Perfect. Okay, so those will go there. The ochre frog lights. I did do ochre all the way around, so okay. It's always the question. Did I do this right? Yeah, no, maybe. Okay. Okie dokie. Next we do the thing. So, that is the problem with this guy, right? So, I may end up actually putting something along the outside of this. Here's why. This guy actually does. So, like I did do, if I continue this, then maybe this should be a frog light. Because that's what I did over there. Oh, I put the frog lights away. Go me. Go me. Yep. Being efficient. Putting stuff away. Okay. So if I do that, cool. Then what I can do is I can come in here, right? And I can do this. Yes. Okay. Sorry, I had to figure out what I was going to do with the sign. For now, it goes up here. On breaking 3. Okay. Right. Right. Aren't you awesome? Yes, you are. Okay. All right. So, mending. Hang on. Just put that down there for a minute. Okay. We'll come back to the signage here in a little bit, but okay. This guy, I said, we talked about it before. This top part is fortune, the bottom part is mending. Okay. So this is where things are going to get funky, right? Whoa, no. Oh, he can't walk out. Good. See, I can do that here, but that breaks this, right? That makes this look stupid. So I think I'm going to have to do something a little bit different on the end caps. All right. Which is fine. We'll come back to that. That's going to be the same with this guy here. So we'll figure this out, but at least for this guy. Okay. Oops. Yeah, I need an inventory slot. Okay. And that's you. Breach 4 is that guy. All right, channeling, huh? Congratulations on your own channel. You know, you could subscribe to my YouTube channel at youtube.com/@musicfreegaming. Because, yeah, sure. All right. All right, anyway, goes there. Density goes that way. I mean, yeah, I could put the sign up on the thing there. Oops, that's wrong. Okay, there you go. Nope, you can't get out because the frog lights are there. Okay, again, these ones on the end are problematic, so we'll deal with those in a bit. Okay. Okay, so yes, if I put this here, oops, back up this way because I like it on the second line. Frostwalker 2, there we go. Okay. I have plans for the book drop off. We'll worry about that in a minute. But again, I've got the same issue. Maybe it's not going to matter here. Okay. All right. Again, here's my infinity guy. Again. Okay. All right. So let's just get all of these shelves in place. So these ones aren't too bad. Right. Mending. Right. So I could put this here. So it's just I just don't like the sign being in the way like that. Right? So I'll figure out the signage. We'll get there. Okay. Moving on. Okay, that's you. See, I think I might take advantage of hanging signs here. Not entirely sure how I'm going to make that work, but okay. All right, so those are there. I said I'll get some books replaced. Yes, if I bring this way, like so, and same on this side. Okay, then these shelves can absolutely get changed. That one might not. This one can absolutely change. Okay. And honestly, it would be kind of cool to do something like that there. Oops, that's the wrong block. Let's try this again, this time with the right block. Okay. Silk Touch is that guy. All right, Smite 5, you say. Okay. All right, that's you. Smith. Okay. Yep. Smite 5, that's you. Also, an expensive efficiency 5 trade. I think it's cheaper than the efficiency 5 guy over there, but that's okay. Okay. We'll get all this in place, and then that one can stay. Right, so I can do this sort of nonsense, right? But what to do about these guys in the corner? Now, because I don't want to block this, right? The face of this block, I want to be that book. So, yeah, I'm going to have to do something with these villagers here in the end caps, right? The aqua affinity and the fire aspect. Okay. And the Bane of Arthropods and Fire Protection 4, right? Because again, he's got the same problem. I'm not changing out this block. Now I could replace this one. Okay. And that would be fine. Same with the Arthropods guy. I could replace this block down here. In fact, that's probably the easiest solution to these guys. Okay. Okay, it's just the bottom one goes to the right, the top one goes to the, or the top one goes to the right, the bottom one goes to the left, right? Okay, I can do that. Right. So, in some ways, I wonder if the new shelves would be cool. I don't have them yet, but okay, anyway. So I can do something a little bit special around these end caps. The other thing I could do, right, would this make sense? Right, if I were to pop something up like so. I would have to sort of go around like that. And I think I'd have to do something along these lines here. That does sort of section things off. I don't know if I like this. Hey, Killa, welcome, welcome. How's it going? Hope you're having a fabulous day. Lewis, out there and kick. Welcome. Glad to have all of you here. Hopefully you're having all the fun. Yeah, nope, I don't spam stream sets and stuff like that. Okay, we're just going to delete that. Thanks. Okay, don't need to spam other Discord servers in my chat. Thanks very much. Yeah, all the new things, right? All the new things, Killa. All right, so yeah, so if I do something along these lines, makes these guys feel like they should be more special than they are. Like, hi, Aqua Affinity. Ooh, okay, maybe not so special. But I think it does make this whole section look a little bit nicer. Let's go pop that out. So I do have to figure out something here. Sorry, my scroll wheel is just stupid. Okay. Anyway, let's see now. What other fun and exciting things we're going to be dealing with here? I don't think we'll just do that. I don't know. I don't know how else I want this to go, but we're getting there. But yeah, there are a few places where I'm really excited about the potential for the bookshelves. Or not the bookshelves, the new shelves that are coming out in this in the Copper Age drop. That's gonna be so cool. Let's go pop that out of the way. All right, so yeah, so that's gonna work. So these guys are all fine. Yeah, if I want to put bookshelves here, you know what I could do? Because this, okay, I need to do something with these guys. Again, I can't take out that bookshelf here. So I think we're okay with that. And Cappy goodness, what if I were to do something? Still trying to find the netherite template thing. Oh yeah. Well, if you find a bastion in the nether, that'll have it. I think they always have one. You might have to hunt around for the chest it's in, but they should always have one. So if you have a problem finding that, yeah, that's fair. All right. So this has to be a solid block. But I could put some slabs or something there. Yeah, this just has to be a full block so that he doesn't go walking out. Because that would be awkward. But that wouldn't be too bad. I don't have any... darn. I don't have any deep slate stuff on me at the moment. I can go grab some, but... I think that would solve that problem. All right. And then I could just put the books in the bottom row. That would work. I think that'll work. So, all right. Well, I'm gonna have to craft a couple more chiseled bookshelves, and let's go get the deep slate. Yeah, the bastions are crazy. I was somewhat fortunate. I was on my way because my first nether portal ended up was in a really messed up spot. That's dark oak. Spruce, that's what I'm looking for. It's a really messed up spot. It was a long way from a fortress. But on the way to a fortress, I stumbled into a bastion. Now, I was really early game, so I didn't want to get too involved with the piglins there. But it turns out there was a chest right on the edge, right as I was going by. And that was just perfect. Had the netherite smithing template. It was great. How to tame a horse. So right click on it with an empty hand. It should mount you on the horse. And then the horse will buck you off. You just keep doing that until you get hearts. All right. That should... Yeah, these two should do it. Yeah, it's the same way with llamas and donkeys and mules and stuff. It's all the thing. Yeah, if you feed it sugar, it'll tame faster. But no, you've got to mount up on them and do that type of thing. I think I may put some bookshelves on the outside of this. We'll get there. Right. So what I wanted to do is put down one of these shulker boxes has the thing I'm looking for. There we go. This is why you take time to dye your shulker boxes. I've obviously not done that, but that's not bad. A different block here might work, but that does work. Yeah, so if I pop that out, chisel bookshelf, chisel bookshelf, and then, yeah, slabs across. So you can't see the top row, but I could place the books there. Yeah, that'll work. That works. It's okay. All right. Yeah, see, I'm kind of thinking maybe not at that level, but something like this. Take these out. You know, maybe I could put something in like that too, but that's actually not bad. I'm not going to say it's the greatest thing ever, but it works. Okay. That should be fairly obvious. Hey, look. Books happen here. Sweet. Sweet, sweet. And thank you for that follow there, Killa. Appreciate that. All right. Yeah, now I'll see if this terracotta will go all the way up to the ceiling here once I figure out what's going on above all of this. Okay. It's all good. But, so that should be happening there. And then, yeah, it's just... These guys are a little funky, but that's okay. That is okay. I mean, I could swap that out anyway and maybe do a little bit of something different here. Like, I could put, like, trap doors or something along the front of this. It's a possibility. All right. The other thing I'm really thinking about is, so let's just do that, is potentially using these for floor blocks, right? Because they've got this fun little texture on them. Okay, like so. They're kind of expensive, but that might not be a bad thing, right? Because I think I do want to take out this concrete floor here. Also, I can take out these torches now. Yeah, so we've got plenty of light now that we've got all the frog lights in our villager cubbies. Okay, so I'm thinking of doing something like that, or maybe even like do this and some oak, like some oak on the floors, and maybe some beehives. The only problem with that is we're starting to pull a lot of oak because obviously it's going to match what's happening here with the bookshelves. And I don't know that I want to go quite that crazy. Like I said, I don't think I want the floor to match the walls, right? Does that make sense? Sure it does. Okay. Cool. And yes, and I've got all of these chests. Yeah, they're full of books. Right? I've got lots and lots of enchanted books. So we're good. We'll get this library stocked, you know. So okay, so I think that's gonna be okay for this guy. I said I might do a little bit of something else, but I think he's okay. All right. Next step. These chests are temporary. Eventually, so I have a long-term plan. I can't really do a lot for it right at the moment. Is I'm going to put a chest here that feeds into droppers that push up into a bubble stream that's going to go up this way. That will eventually push books into, basically into a sorting system that will look a lot like this one down here. Sorry. Yeah, it'll look a lot like this. And I'm going to have copper golems sorting all of the books. So then we'll have an actual library that kind of looks like this, where you can just go in and say, oh, we'll just grab the mending and the soul speed and the sneaky pants or whatever it is. Some of those traits you don't get from villagers, but are out there. So yeah, all of that fun stuff. That's a problem for future me. We'll get to that, but not today. Obviously, I don't even have the floor built, so we'll worry about that at some other time. All right. The other thing I really should decide, do I want to block this off? Right, because I've got this view into the gas reactor. I guess maybe it doesn't matter. Let's try this. Right, so if I were to bring something like that, and actually this would probably go across like so, and if I do this, right, that side would also build up there, but those chests are in the way. I could actually make this a window, but I could block it all off too and just have a door here out into this hallway. That would make a little bit of sense. Yeah, that would be something, right? That would be something. In fact, this is big enough. I mean, I could go solid and just put a big, like a 4x3 painting right there. That would be a thing. Okay, I could live with that. That would be slick. All right, I don't know which painting, but there are a couple of good ones that could go there. They've added some really nice paintings over the last couple of updates, and I appreciate that. Okay, so if we're going to do this sort of thing, this is great. So let's figure out some signs. All right, now, what I could do, which could be interesting, I could lower the roof. So right now, I've got this black terracotta. That's sort of the general ceiling style I've been using, or I want to be using. But I could lower this down potentially and use hanging signs. A hanging sign would solve this problem. And if I hang them from a block right above, that could be interesting. Of course, I could just arch. So let's see, what would be a good... I guess this should be the question, is do I want it to be this? Hey, JC, how's it going over there on Kick? Hope you're having a fabulous day. Okay, and guess who's getting banned? That's right. Okay. You know, it's a thing. All right. Guess I can add a couple more things to the spam filter. All right. But if I were to come through, so I've got some deep slate. And I could use deep slate bricks. Got a bunch of cracked ones, but I could use, rather than the tiles, right, I could use the bricks. And let's just do a little bit of testing over here. Okay? And let's pop this out this way. That might work. I'm not entirely sure. It's getting a little darker than I want, I think. Let's hop up this side. See, what I was sort of thinking was that I wanted this room to be a little bit lighter. But on the other hand, I mean, I could still make it lighter. But if I were to run this all the way across this way, since there's nothing says that, see, I want a solid platform all the way across this so I can have a floor and an area to put redstone on. I could make that, I could make it like stone blocks, like smooth stone or something like that. That could be fine. Yes, if I do something like that, and then I could do a brighter ceiling. Right, I could do birch, I could do pale oak, right? I could do logs of some sort or other. Right? That would be okay. And yeah, I do think I want to change out this floor. I don't know. I mean, I could go with the gray terracotta that I put in with the blacksmiths. That's a possibility, right? See, these guys, I came in right with a cyan terracotta, actually, which gives a cool color, but it is kind of dark. It is kind of dark. All right. Hang on. Okay, so tell you what. I'm going to step in here for a minute. I need to run to the bathroom real quick. And I will be back in just a moment, and we'll dive into this some more. So I will be right back. Yeah, so this is going to be...
Hey, Snoopers. Would you like a sniffer egghead?
Yes, please.
Would you?
I might as well.
Like us.
Okay, that just looks sick and wrong, and I'm here for it. Okay, I am back. I'm unmuted. We are ready to get back into figuring out what's going on here. But, yeah, I think if I took a brighter color for the ceiling, it's see what I want. I don't want to get overly noisy because we're going to get a lot of noise coming in from all of these books on these shelves. So having something a little bit, something solid, like I've got with the concrete, might be a good thing. And yeah, we'll see. So I've got the whole vibe of this. It is a modern sort of sci-fi-ish build, right? So sticking to something that's fits that, right? Like plain stone brick is probably not the way to go. But we can do any number of things. So I just don't know what those things are, which is wonderful. All right. All right. So let's see. Also, I think I may do a little bit of something fun here too. Like, it's not that way. I mean, maybe that way, but like I could do something along those lines, or maybe something double thick. I don't know. We'll get there. But see, having a block like this gives me something I could take a hanging sign to, right? So let's take a look at some signs. Now, I can do this in a couple of different ways. I can use ink colors. I could use wood colors, right? So I've got a bunch of these warped hanging signs. I don't have any pale oak hanging signs. I can change that, but we'll deal with that. Actually, let's go ahead and just make up a few pale oak hanging signs. Grab some of that. Let's see if I have some chains already. Got a couple. If I need to, I can craft more. Turns out that's the wrong thing. I have the technology. Right, so let's craft all the chains. Turns out that's all of them. And we'll grab some pale oak signs as well. Awesome. Okay. I have so much stuff in my inventory. It's crazy. Who was I watching the other day? I think it was Joel Duggan talking about his inventory troubles. It's like, yeah, you get one pass for your general shaping, and then you get a whole separate inventory for your first detail pass, and then you get a third complete inventory overhaul for your detail pass. Sometimes you need multiples of that. Anyway, so the idea here is I could take something like a hanging sign. Oh, except if I'm going to hang from this. Okay, so the hanging signs work, right? They go like that. They hang out in front. It's a thing, right? They do hang down lower, which might be okay. But so I may want to change things. If you take a chain, right? Nope. So I might want to raise this. Anyway, let's just do it here so we can see. If you take a chain and your hanging sign, see, you can stick it at an angle. Because it's at an angle like this, right? That might work beautifully for these guys in the corner. So let's actually try this. I want to boost this up a slot, and this is going to be interesting. Oops. Hi, there's a ceiling in the way. I'd like to move, please. So let's try something like this. I won't go all the way around. But this way I can just test. Let's go and take out this row. Okay. There will almost certainly be something coming in behind. All right. But if I were to come in like this. Oh, hang on. Go pick those up. Pick up these blocks. Deep slate's a pain to get, so I've got a lot of it, but it's still a pain. All right, so what if I were to come in here with some signs like so? Right, so if I were to come like this, and then I could do a pale oak hanging sign like that, right? We could come down this way. Oops. Okay. And I could have these signs hanging, and then I could put some sort of colorful row of something right along here. Okay. I don't know what it could be, but let's just put the emeralds in for a minute just so we can see. Right? We could put something like this right through there. In fact, having something like this would be really awesome because that would help me label, these are my glass guys, right? This is a guy who has glass. And so if he has glass, he's got something like that over his head. That actually would be really handy. I have to pick out a color, right? But if I were to do something like this, right? So this is mending and multi-shot, okay? And okay, let's take out. So this guy's lure. Let's do this right. Take this out. So he's lure 3. And we got it. We got it. Okay. He's lure 3. That's a sign. It's a sign I should be doing something else. Okay. Lure 3. And I'll come in and I was going to say blowtorch. Glowstone these things. And the other option is to just use the hanging sign for these guys in the middle. That might, honestly, I think that would look better. That would look better. Oh, right. Somebody's about to get themselves banned on Kick. All right. Cool, cool. All right. So yeah, so if I just come back through like this. Hack! Sorry. Hit the Windows key. All right. Okay. Now, the fact that this font is bigger is annoying, but it's okay. It's okay. It's a bigger font on a smaller sign, you know? But that does solve my signage problem here. Right? And I could do something like that and that. Right? So you can see, okay, mending is this guy, right? Mending's this guy. Multi-shot's this guy. And we're done. Right? Right. I mean, that's fair. Or it's just the mending multi-shot HTML tag. That's totally a thing too, right? Okay. You know, these are the questions that I have that I don't have good answers to, okay? I'm just, we'll see. And again, this could be an issue where it's where we're dealing with signs and things like that. right? It's, I don't know. I don't know. We're definitely going to have to figure something out here, but I don't know. We shall see. Okay. Just want to set up a quick filter, since apparently the kickfam bots are apparently a thing today. All right. But yeah, so if I do that sort of thing, let's go and take this out. All right. I think that'll work. I'm still not sure about this, right? So let's try this again with the lure 3. I mean, if I were, again, maybe let's try it this way. Right, if we hang the sign like that. Boy, I can't type. The sign at least is easier to see. Like, I could almost read that from here. It starts to get a little bit tough, but once you get back to here, it's not too bad. It's easier to read than the luck of the sea sign next to it. I do kind of like this. Oh, there's a chest there. Okay, let's try this. So this is luck of the sea. Okay. Luck of the sea. Okay. Now I could theoretically take the level off of it, because these are all max level trades, right? There isn't a luck of the sea 4, for example. Right, so I could do something like that. And yeah, as you're coming over here, could write on the back of the sign, I suppose, but actually, that's not bad. It's not bad at all. So let's say we do this. The next question would be, hang on, this guy is piercing 4. This is where it's going to get the most crowded. Piercing 4. Okay. Yeah, that's a little messed up. Okay, and I could still do some bright colors back behind here, like some glazed terracotta in these gaps might look really cool. But let's take this power 5 sign out. Okay? I have the power. Okay. So when you're coming along this way, in some ways the sign's a little bit harder to read than it was before. Okay, which is definitely an issue. But you can't really read those signs anyway. Just because the font and the angle and all of that stuff, that's just hard to read. So what I could do all right. So here's my thought process, okay? One of the things I'm looking at is theming these, right? So that we've got each sign would be a different color. Now, that it would be an issue like here with mending and multi-shot. Multi-shot's a weapons crossbow enchant. Mending is an everything enchant. Infinity and impaling, I guess those are both weapons enchants, because infinity goes on a bow. Fortune 3 and Frostwalker are completely different, right? Yeah, see, he knows. Fortune 3 being a tool enchant and Frostwalker being an armor enchant. I might keep this. But if I put the signs down. All right, so this guy, this would be piercing 4. Piercing 4. This one is multi-shot. Okay. That's mending. And then this one is lure 3. Okay. So if I were to take these down and put that back. Okay. That's a little bit easier to... It's not really easier to see, but it's not too bad. And if I were to grab some books... It's a mostly empty shulker here. Let's just throw some stuff in here for a minute. Okay. Let's go get some books. Piercing. I think I've got some mending books over here. Feather Falling. Yeah, there we go. Mending. Right, so if I were to come in here... Okay, we make this happen. Not on the sign, please. Thank you. I'd want to wax those signs too, so they don't. Okay. Right. So here's the mending trade. Right. I can just come get a mending book. All right. That's not too bad. Let's try the piercing one, because I think I saw piercing here. Okay. Right. Piercing. Okay. Okay. Hang on. My inventory is not conducive to this. Okay. So if I were to do that, and then the multi-shot, is that up here? Maybe. Multi-shot. There we go. Okay, we'll get them all in eventually. So that this villager's not overly impressed with my book placing skills, but all right. So if I were to do something along those lines, right? So that's not too bad. And then I can just see. I could then put this arrow in here like that if I wanted to. Another option. This could be interesting. Because I could do something like this. I know it's a little funky. Hang on. So pipe. Right, so I could do something along those lines. I might... This might be a little bit confusing here, but... Okay. Other than the fact I think I'd want it to go the other way, I actually really like that. So let's take this out. So anyway, what I was talking about potentially doing is rearranging these signs or using different colored signs for... okay, 4. I do like this. I like this design a lot, actually. Anyway, using different colored signs to indicate if is it a tool trade or a weapons trade or whatever, right? Yeah, I mean, I could just do it with spaces, but I actually like the little notch there. It's kind of cool. But anyway, I could use just different colored dyes, right? So you know, I've got some red dyes could be the curses, right? The weapons could be blue. The armor could be purple. The, you know, tools could be, you know, whatever. Tools could be green. But doing that sort of thing here, right? So the lure don't be like so. That is actually kind of cool, right? So here's lure 3. Okay. And then depending on, okay, so let's take this sign off. He's the power 5. Yeah. Okay. So he would be power 5. Okay, right. Something along those lines, right? Okay, that's a definite possibility, right? I like that. Okay, and then I would have to adjust those signs going through. So let's see what this would look like. So this guy is projectile, protection, because I 5, not so much. So I'm going to do the same thing here, which will line up everything. And now it's all right justified. Ta-da! Okay. I could maybe take this bar out, but okay, so we do something like that, and then the reason I wanted to get these guys in is because their armor enchants. Protection 4. And the more I look at it, the more I'm thinking I'm going to take the level off of it. Because I'm not worried about, is there a piercing 3 guy over here and I need a piercing 4? No, I don't think I'm worried about that. I needed the levels on there just as a note as I was trading up the villagers. But otherwise, I think we're okay. Yeah, right, something like that. Yeah, and then there's that guy. Let's try taking that bar off. Put the space in. That's cool. If I were to replace that bar with, I don't know, a Unicode square, for example, or maybe a hash mark. That might be cool. Like if I make this a hash mark. Okay. Is that? I mean, he kind of likes it. I don't know. I don't know. I do like, I mean, I could take it off completely, right? I could just take that character out completely and just do it this way. But honestly, having that bar there is just kind of cool. The hash, I think, is not the right character to be using. Okay. Sorry, Octothorpe. You are out of here. Okay. And then... Okay. But a different sort of character there might be good. It's just going to be a matter of, oh, I need to go copy and paste some sort of block character that I don't have. Right? You know, something like that. Okay. All right. Well, that was... Aha! Let's hear it for quick spam filtering. Yep. Kick is definitely loading up on the spammers. Not the best thing in the world. Okay. So this guy would be luck of the sea. Luck of the sea. I think, let's go ahead and put that on 2 lines. Luck of the sea. Right? And then this, so we write justify everything over here. So the reason I was thinking I might want to do a block character there is that it would be something a little more obvious. So if I set a color on this, then it would be cool or something, right? No, it'd be really obvious. Oh, look, here is a big block of red or green or something. It would stand out. But I like this general thought here. So I take this here. Loyalty. Okay. All right. And let's go and take the 3 off of there. Yep, we're just going to go with the good old-fashioned, you know it, that I don't have to put the level on it. I know I don't have to put the level on it. And it's just, yep, we are fully full. Okay. All right. Yeah, so we could do something along those lines. Right? Which, honestly, I think works out pretty well. We'll get all of the books in, so that those shelves are all full. Okay, I like this. I like where this is going. Okay. So now it's just a matter of color and then splashing all of these with glow ink, I think, to make them stand out a little bit more. I was actually really tempted to put like chest plates in item frames for armor and other things, but yeah, let's go and take these out for now. I do like the idea of having that there though, and running the block above as some sort of signifier that, yep, he's got glass, right? Probably dyed to match the rest of colors here and things like that, but all right. So let's look about. Yes, let's look about. So let's talk colors for a minute. I think what I want. Let's go get some dyes. I'm thinking cyan for the weapons, or not the weapons, for the armor. Okay, so let's see. Do I happen to have? I do have some cyan. Great. I do have some red, which is also good. Green. I think I'm going to use green for the tools. Okay. So if I do tools, weapons, armor, I'm going to need one that's a general purpose, right? So I could do yellow or magenta. I also need one for the curses, which I might lean into light gray, perhaps, for those. Grab some black. I think I've got some bone meal here. Okay. We're not going to be using the hanging signs. So since I'm here, let's put the hanging signs away. Okay, so I've got black. I've got that. Good morning, Snoopers. How's it going? I hope you're having a fabulous day. This fine morning. And let's grab some glow ink. And let's go play with some signs. Yep, it's been a morning. You slept in and it was amazing. That is awesome. I woke up early and that was less amazing. I normally get up. I have an alarm set for 5:30. So I have time to get up, have breakfast, wake up a bit, record a podcast, and then do my stream. I woke up at 4:45 this morning. That wasn't great. All right, so I'm thinking cyan. This is a weapons trade. That's a weapons trade. Also a weapons trade. Mending is universal. That one's tool. That's a tool. Loyalty is a weapon. Okay. Loyalty is a weapon. We will use it against you and hurt you. And that's not totally wrong. Okay. All right. So mending needs a different color as that sort of universal color. I don't know what I want it to be, but it should be something else. But see, this is a little bit nicer. So they're all alphabetical, right? So if I need lure, I know I need to go find the L's. But it's a little bit easier. It's like, okay, I need an armor trade. So let's get over here and, okay, it's blue. So I know I'm looking for that, right? You naturally wake around 5:30. Yeah, see, I've been waking up at 5:30 for years. At least have my alarm set for 5:30. I've been naturally waking up around 5. I don't think my alarm pretty much never goes off because I'm just up before then. But it is nice you make that decision. It's like, nope, I'm not getting up. All right, so yeah, universal color here. All right, let's try. I'm going to try a gray, and I do want to try a light gray as well. And honestly, those might be better off on the curses trades. We'll figure those ones out here in a minute. That's too dark. That's not bad. I like this. I can use the light gray on the sort of universal ones, and the curses I can make dark gray. Yes, it's a little bit harder to read, but it's not like we're doing that. Light gray and light blue are your favorite. Yeah. Well, see, I like the cyan because that definitely looks like enchantments, right? That looks like armor. Now, I could do I don't want to use the same color for the tools, obviously, but green, I think, makes sense for tools. Red for weapons. Now, I could go a little bit crazy with, is it for a bow or is it for a sword? Which honestly is not a horrible way to go, right? So if I want like this piercing and multi-shot, those are both crossbow enchants. Power is a bow enchant. So I can make these magenta. I'll pick a color. Make those magenta and the power one red, and I don't know, the sword enchants like looting and sharpness could be, I don't know, something else, right? But I like this idea because, yeah, this light gray is really nice, and light blue is a good, easy one to read too. I just want the colors for categorization here, right? So I can easily come in and see, yep. I know, okay, they're alphabetical. I'm coming this way. But mending is here. Okay. Now, I'm going to have, I already have like my best sellers over this way. That's efficiency, unbreaking, mending. I didn't sort these properly, but it's okay. We'll just deal with it. It also depends on the wood. Also true. Also true. Because I'm going with the pale oak, just about anything goes well, except the gray is hard to read. The light gray is not too bad. Black has too much contrast. Because it just, the black and the white there's too much contrast, and in this small space, it makes it hard to read. But I like that. And yeah, I do like the idea. So I may play with it off stream, is changing this pipe to be a block of some sort. So that it's, or a dot or something, right? Something that is, oh, look, here's it just, you go to the store and they've got, oh, here's a big dot and then the word, right? That type of thing. I like that. All right, so let's go through and get all of the signs in place, and then we'll figure the rest of it out. Okay, so this guy's looting 3, and I decided I'm leaving the sign, or the number. That's it. I'm leaving the level off because these are all the max level trades. So not worried about that. Okay. This guy is knockback. Knockback. Yay! Congratulations. You are getting knocked back. Okay, so that's infinity. All right, so help me out here for organization. Would it make more sense to split out the bow trades from the crossbow trades from the sword trades as far as the weapons go? Or would it make sense just to leave all of the weapons red? Okay. Impaling. Paling. I think that's right. Nope. Hey. He's on the other side. Did I spell that correctly? Yes. Okay. Because yeah, this is one of those things that I don't know. Okay, that's actually in the right place. So this one we'll do like so, and oops, Walker. There we go. Hi, this is Fred Frostwalker. He didn't go anywhere or do anything exciting at all. Okay. Okay, and fortune. Okay. So yeah, I don't know. It's like, is there a, would it make sense? I just don't know. Also, it's not raining because I'm in a desert. Oh, but it is dark, so it might be thunderstorming, maybe. I don't know. The thunder would definitely do a thing, but I think, I don't know. I don't know if there's thunder in deserts in Minecraft. Okay, flame. Flame on. Okay. I was going to say, that's Curse of Vanishing. That's not flame. Okay, that's flame. All right, and fire protection 4. Fire and protection. Okay. Hack! Fur protection. Okay, right, so again, this would be that. Frostwalker is a thing. Right, so if I were to go through, and so looting is a weapon, knockback is weapon, infinity is weapon, so it's impaling. Fortune is a tool. Flame is a weapon. All right. Okay, and of course, make it all glow, because glowing is also cool. Right, aside from the fact I've got this whole pile of chests here, which will eventually go away, I think this will work. Yeah, there's just the question of, do I want to separate out bow enchantments? You have to work. It's your alumni day. Ah, okay. That's fair. We've got homecoming here, I think. A couple of weeks. But I don't have to be part of that, so yay! Fire aspect. But yeah, it always sucks to have to work on your nominal days off. Okay. Yeah. Oh, I like this. Yeah, I think I do. I've got to go find a good block for that. Yeah, hopefully that's not going to eat your entire day, Snoopers. Because that wouldn't be fun. Okay. Feather falling. Sadly, there isn't a code, I don't think, to just, hey, right justify this, but okay. Okay, so efficiency 5. And let's see if I remember how to spell efficiency when I put this back. Fish ENC. Wow, that extra I is and the missing F are awesome because I can. Wow, I am just bad at the spelling. Efficiency. Yes. Okay. Gotcha. And you are Depth Strider. Which again also sounds like a Star Wars name. Depth. Oops. Okay. There we go. Strider. All right. And you are. Wow, I totally misspelled density. Density. Wow. This is the problem. I started taking Spanish in, fired up Duolingo and all that fun stuff. And it's killed my spelling, which was never great to begin with. But, yeah. It's even worse. Okay. Curse of Vanishing. Yep, I did want to get the curses. I don't typically use Curse of Vanishing, but Curse of Binding I've used in the past, and it's handy. I actually use it in my gold farm, or my bartering farm. Because you Curse of Binding leather boots on your piglins, and then you can stand them on powdered snow. And when they trade, they drop all the stuff at their feet, which falls through the powdered snow. But they stay on top of it, which is great. Makes it really handy. Okay, and you are Breach. Ack! Okay. Nope, we got it. We got it. We got it. He goes there. Glad I haven't filled it with books yet. Breach. Yeah, so if anybody needs books, we are set. Okay, blast protection. Go. Well, typing protection. Woohoo. Yep, today's actually my oldest's birthday. Still need to message her and say, hi, happy birthday. Bane of. Do it that way. And then we're going to see if I can spell anthropods. Anthropods. I think that's right. Anthropods. Yes. Okay. Wonderful. All right. So feather falling. So some of these, like I said, I know what the armor is doing. Feather falling, depth strider, blast protection. Okay. Bane is breach. Mace enchantments, I'll leave the same color as. Same with the trident enchantments. Okay, I'm not worried about those. Efficiency is a tool trade. And the curses. I don't know what to do about the curses. I'm not going to leave them white, but I don't know that I want them to be the... I mean, Curse of Binding is an armor trade, but the curses should stand out. They should be a different color. You know, it's just... Okay. This one. Aqua Affinity. But yep, I'm definitely going to have to go hit the nether and go trading up for, or go hunting for some more netherite because I need to replace my armor. Just because, you know, it's fine. But as I mentioned earlier, I'm missing, like, this one. My hat is fire protection. Do I want it to be regular protection? Yeah, maybe. You know, my boots are only protection 3, not prot 4, right? You know, so my pants are fine. My pants are solid. But I might make a second pair anyway and just maybe throw some different armor trims on them. I like the pattern, so it would be a question of color. Like, do I want to put green stripes on them, or do I want to put, you know, orange? You know, not the copper orange, but the resin orange, which is really bright. You know, I don't know. I just don't know. Okay, so punch. Awesome. Quick charge. Yeah, I do want to put this on 2 lines. 1 line is fine. It's probably small enough, but I think it just looks cooler this way. Yeah, and also my helmet is missing only has respiration 2 and not 3. So yeah, it's just respiration. So yeah, I need to upgrade my armor. Okay. Riptide. Oh yeah. Rip that tide. So, yep, all the fun and excitement. Sharpness. Right. Yep, sharpness 5. Okay. So yeah, this is the annoying part of this. I've already done this once because I had to go through and label where they were all going to go in the first place, so that I could sort them all properly. You okay there, Dusty Cat? I mean, it's okay. Okay, so this was what, Smite 5? Right. So that goes down here. Smite. Wrong. Okay. All right, and then this one is Sweeping Edge. Yeah, one of the reasons I'm keeping the mace and the sword enchantments the same color is they share a lot of enchantments. Sweeping Edge is not one of them, but Edge also doesn't have an N in it. But I think Smite is one that you can put on a mace, right? Sharpness can go on an axe, which even though an axe is technically a tool, you know, it's a thing. But thorns. All right, and unbreaking 3. Then we've got to go do the best sellers over there. Unbreaking. Okay, sweet. Unbreaking, thorns, sweeping edge, and smite. Silk touch is a tool. Sharpness is a weapon. Riptide's a weapon. Armor. Okay. And let's put some glow goo on here. All right. Glow goo deployed. All right. 5 more to go. All right, so we've got okay, efficiency. All right. I don't mind having the unbreaking and mending ones together because you buy them together so often. I think that might have been my thinking when I decided to label it that way. Is you just need the twins, right? Okay, mending. All right, because they just go together all the time. Okay. June. Okay, and then Silk Touch. Yes. Yes, I don't care what that villager thinks. Shaking his head, but we got it. All right, Silk Touch. Cool. Tools and tools. Universal and tools. All right. And we'll get a sign up for the best sellers here in a little bit, but we'll have to figure out what the rest of this room looks like. Oh, while I'm thinking about it. So Minecraft Live is happening in at the end of the month, the 27th, I think, which is a Saturday. And I think what I'm going to do is I have in the past is I'll stream like I usually do, but then I'll take a short break and I need yellow dies. I'll take a short break and then we'll do I'll live stream Minecraft Live. I think that'll be fun. All right, so the curses, I think. Do I want to do the curses? I'm thinking of doing them in orange, which is why I made some orange. Okay. That's fine, I guess. Well, we shall see what happens here. Okay. All right, well, that's awesome. So yeah, I don't know. Actually, I think I do want to split out the bows and the crossbows, and I think I'm going to make those orange and yellow. So if I do, yeah, quick charge, what's it? Piercing and multi-shot, and then punch, power, and infinity are all okay. Do that. So, oh, flame as well. But okay, so power is a bow. Flame is a bow. I wish you could put flame on a crossbow too, for that matter. But then, punch goes on the bow. That actually looks really good. That orange, that's a good color. Okay, Riptide, Smite. That's all of those. That's not. That's it. Aqua Affinities. Okay. The rest of these, I think are okay. Feather falling. Right. Oh, fire aspect. Fire aspect is a sword thing. I think you can put it on a mace too, but it's definitely a sword thing. So, flame, fortune, frostwalker, paling, knockback. I think. Oh, infinity is a bow trade. Okay. All right, I think we're okay. Yeah, so we'll do that. Now it's just a question of what to do because this is no longer valid. I could come in with the regular gray. That's a little bit nicer to deal with than the black. Okay, we'll just do that. All right, great. Go team us. All right. All right, I like it. We've got all of our stuff dyed with the appropriate colors. They're all glowy, so that's exciting. All right, great. So now what I need to do is let's hop up top here. Bring this all the way across. I think I will be taking that out in the middle, but and I'm out. Which is fine. We'll just take it out now. Brick. Deep slate bricks. Yeah, we'll just run that around the outside. So what I need to do then is get a color that's going to look good with these deep slate bricks. And preferably a color that I've got glass of. Okay. Because I think I want to put the glass. That's right, yeah. I think I want to put the glass in above the villager's head who trades in glass. Okay. Obviously they don't train in colored glass or stained glass. It's just the regular stuff. Okay. So I've got to come out this way. And that's fine. Okay. And just whatever I put in there, I want it to match. So, and then I think I'll deal with some other things, right? So the question is, what color glass do I want to put in? Right. So, right. So if I come like this punch guy, do I don't know. I don't know. Okay, so we'll just figure out something there. I don't know if I want this to go all the way across, but at least to there might be good. All right, so I think I might do that. I don't know. We'll see. But I do want something bright and colorful coming across the top here. Just to, I want this to be bright. I don't want this to be a dark and brooding area. I want it to be bright and cheerful. Okay, so given the colors, because I do have this purple, which admittedly does not help with the bright and cheerful. It is a little bit dark. But what would be good? I mean, I could go really crazy. What if I were to do some like orange concrete? That would be crazy. I'd have to go make some up, but concrete. I've got some orange. Some orange would be good. Light blue, maybe? We'll try them both. We'll try them both. I'm going to be using a lot of light blue on the outside of the ship, but that's okay. It doesn't matter. You're not going to be able to see that from the inside, so, you know, whatever. All right, so if I were to come in, oops, let's move the scaffolding, huh? All right, scaffolding goes here on the floor. There, we have scaffolds. This is good. Is good scaffold, is bad Minecrafter. Scaffold is great. Minecrafter, not so much. All right, so if I were to put orange concrete like so, all right? So that's going to look like that, which isn't bad. Okay. The orange actually goes fairly well with the purple. Or if I were to come in with the light blue, which is, again, another excellent color. Now, there's nothing that says I couldn't have different sections be different colors, but okay, I'm kind of thinking the blue. I mean, the orange isn't bad. Years of Halloween decorations have taught me that orange and black and purple go great together. But this isn't bad. Now, what I could do, right, so I'm going to be putting some glass in. I could, I mean, the glass will match this color, and we'll do some other stuff around it. But do I want to do something else really crazy? Okay, let's take that orange out. Orange is not going to be the way I'm going with this. Might use a different color, but yeah, I said I might stay with the blue or not, but it's definitely not going to be orange. Oops, that's an ender chest. Okay. We got things. We got all the things. So many of the things. All right, so let's just sort of hop over this way. Now, where I've got this purple coming up, I might change it, but like right here, this is the that's that pillar that I've got coming up from the floor. It's just sort of in the corner there. Definitely something I could change, right? This is coming up like so. And then, yeah, something like that. I think what I want to do is let's get... maybe do I want to use... Let's maybe use the tile. Okay. And if I do this, okay, I'd have to replace that. But if I do this, all right, that's a thing. All right, let's get, do I have, I do have somewhere. Okay, that's cracked, but that's okay. I could put in some cracked. Right, so if I put some cracked tile there. Okay, I'll have to get some non-cracked. Why is all my tile cracked? Okay, that's gonna come out. All right, and inventory. The inventory is a hot mess, as it so typically often is. Okay. So, did you just use the litter box? You're telling me it needs to be cleaned? Okay. He has very particular desires. Oh, my cat, man. Okay, I might take that corner out, but all right, so we'll see what happens over here, but because I could bring this all the way across. This whole area is going to be a little funky, but all right. Bella's on kick. Your headphones aren't working. I'm sorry to hear that. I will not be replying to you in chat. All right, so that just sounds like it's easier to feed to an AI. All right, so we'll get all of this in place like so, and like so, and like so. All right. Cool. Now, just because I'm almost out of concrete, I think this is good. I think I want to do some other stuff here, but let's craft up a bunch of light blue. Grab that white. Grab a bunch of light blue glass and see if we can do some things. Okay. All right, so let's see what I've got in the ways of dyes. I have some light blue. That's convenient. Let's get some glass. Oh, I already have some light blue glass. That'll be even better. All right. So let's see what fun we can do with these. Okay, I think what I'm going to do, just to make life a little bit easier for myself, trying to deal with the stuff on the up here and the villagers at the same time is going to be a pain. So I'm just going to I'm just going to put torches up, and then I'll take them out in a minute once I've got all of this done. Okay, glass. Okay, these guys, that's going to be a problem. He's glass, is not. The guys in the corners, I may end up not being able to label appropriately, but that's okay. All right, so let's see. Honestly, I was going to say, it ends up being a weird case where I don't think any of these guys ended up being glass. Okay, only a couple of them. Okay, that's good. He's a glass trade. In fact, I can squeeze that in. We'll fix this all in a bit. I don't know. should finish trading him up. This guy is a glass trade. So the guys in the corners are a little bit painful. But it is what it is. Here, let's get all of this. This guy up there. All right. Oh yeah, whole mess of bots all saying the same thing. All right, so this guy doesn't glass. I traded with them and then didn't look to see if they were going to get glass trades. Okay, this guy I don't think he is. This guy isn't. This guy isn't. Okay. This guy is. So is this one. So we'll just mark them both. Again, the guys in the corners are going to be a pain. Okay. Okay. Are you gonna do you trade glass? That would be a no. Awesome. Okay. Well, we are definitely okay. He does. And he does. Okay. Go away. Oh, wouldn't you know it? I am definitely gonna have to figure out a way to signify the glass trades in the corners. All right. Well, that's fine. We'll get it figured out. Got a bunch of them over here though. Which is the point. I mean, again, half the reason I'm using villagers is for easy access to glass. There's nothing I can do about concrete. I still have to go mine a whole mess of sand for the concrete, but okay. I already did him. All right, so all right. So how to make this whole mess work? Because he was glass and he was not. All right. So I'm going to have to figure out the corners here. So maybe what I should do. Maybe I should bring this out. That's going to end up being, again, the corner is funky. All right. Well, this is two of them. Okay. Right. So I actually can't see the block that would be over their head because this is all in a block. Okay. I mean, not that that's bad. I mean, I could. No, I was going to say I could shift it over. But as soon as I get all shifty, I actually do kind of like the stripe running all the way around the room. All right, we're going to have to make some light blue concrete. Of course, I knew that before anyway, but all right. But yeah, let's take this out. We'll just run it all the way around the corners. Here, we'll go ahead and cap it. That's fine. All right, let's go make some concrete. Let's go clean up my inventory a little bit. Light blue is fine. All right. Yeah, no, this is great. I did just clean out my bartering farm of gravel, so that's a thing. Okay, sand. So we'll just do a couple of stacks here. Light blue. Light blue. Thank you. Concrete powder. Yeah, that should be enough. Okay. All right. So gravel and sand can go back. All right. We'll head back over to the mesa, my little mesa room, and get some concrete done. Yeah, should be fine. I need to stop going this way. I'm eventually going to have a wall here and not be able to go that way at all. And, you know, that would make it hard to walk. All right. So hop in here. All right. Let's concrete. Okay, sorry, a little flashy. All right, so let's see what else was going on today. I said I recorded a podcast. This one was a little more personal, so that'll be good. It's coming out not this Wednesday, but the next. Yeah, the Star Trek one was interesting. That one just dropped on Wednesday a couple days ago, and that was such an interesting thing to consider. The question I posed in the podcast was, is Star Trek an action movie franchise? And I know it didn't start that way, but there's sort of the question of, I know it didn't start that way, but is it now? Whether it wanted to be that or not. Oops, that's not what that is to me. And it was an interesting thing to consider. Hi. So touch that. All right, there we go. We got it. The concrete maker does, in fact, make a mess. I'm seriously toying with the idea of crafting up a TNT-based one, but digging sand is such a pain in the neck just to get sand for the concrete. Then to have to get a bunch for the TNT also does make me twitch just a little bit. And since I don't dupe TNT, for those of you who are about to suggest that, yeah. Okay, so that's gonna go like so. Okay. All right, so we've got a couple of weird places. Oops, like this whole area right up here. Okay. Let's hop up top and see how this goes. All right, now. All right, that's going to go like that. And I think, yeah, I think we'll bring the purple up this way. Okay. Yeah, I think that'll work. Yeah, a painting on this wall I think will work out reasonably well. There are other things I could do, but I kind of like the idea of putting a painting up there, so we'll see how that goes. See, that's going to come out. Great. All right, so light blue stained glass. So basically every place where I've got a torch, that's all going to come out. That's going to come out. As I said, the corners are going to be funky. So I've got a couple of places where they do that. So we'll deal with it. But okay, this one. Hang on, I need to put this in first. Okay, cool. That one I would. Oh right, it's this guy. Okay. All right, I'm going to worry about the corners a little bit later. Okay, so let's get. Yeah, so now this one, this side's fun because there's lots of glass trades over there. Okay, it's all going to come out. All right, and then we've got a corner trade, which it's going to be weird. I just don't know what to do about the corners. All right, but what I am going to do is we're going to put glass in all of these spots that I've cut out here. Okay. Right. Let's just not be there. So every place here that's got glass, or that I knocked out because there was a torch, I put in the glass. All right. Okay. Oh, and I forgot that side. Woohoo! That guy's got a glass trade. Right? Right. Okay. Okay, and this guy did not. Okay, wonderful. So I think what I'm going to do then is let's put concrete on top. Okay, I might put concrete behind the glass as well, but we're gonna start here. Okay, and then we're gonna see what it looks like. As I said, I have yet to figure out what's happening with those people who are on the corners. So we'll work that out in a minute. But first, okay. So he's all glassy. Okay. Right, so this way I can see, yep, this guy does glass. Now the next question is, do I put something else behind it? And what do I do with the corners? This honestly kind of shocks me. How often my glass trades ended up in the corners, but okay. That's fine. It's fine. I wasn't thinking about this when I decided to set this out. I wasn't. I was thinking about just how can I squeeze these guys into a smaller space? I wasn't thinking about, oh, now I need to do some weird decorative nonsense and labeling and stuff. That was just not on my list of things to think about. So, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I feel like I need to do something else with those, but put that there anyway. So that's not too bad. Let's take a look. Did I leave my frog lights out? I did. Let's grab the pearlescent ones. I think those might be a little bit better here. The verdant ones might be interesting too. Whack! Falling. No, we're good. We're good. Everything's wonderful. Everything's great. And there. So I'm going to put a couple of these frog lights in after I fall off the wall a couple of times. And then we'll see what it looks like and see if maybe that... See if that will look okay. All right. It's not too bad. I'm sad to say what might actually look better is sea lanterns. And I don't have sea lanterns. But it's not bad. Okay, I think that'll work. Actually, what might be good... What might be good is actually to not use the light blue glass, but to use dark blue glass. All right, let me get these frog lights in, and then we'll try that. And again, acknowledging that I have no idea what I'm doing on the corners. Of course, if you just proceed from the assumption that I have no idea what I'm doing, you're going to be right a lot. Okay, so let's pop right over here. And this one didn't have any. This one. All right. Sweet. All right, we'll just... All right. That should work. All right, nice. Yeah, let's go try it. I've got some blue glass, so let's go see if that works a little bit better. I mean, the light blue is fine, and I could stick with that and be okay. But glass... Yeah, I need to change the color of all of these labels too. Given the theme in that room, you know, I could do the same thing. It's just, oh, make them orange or making them all white. But I do kind of like the idea of, no, we're going to dye these so they match kind of what's in it. At least at a high level. All right. Yeah, just to make it a little bit easier to find things when I need it. All right, so if I were to swap this out. All right. Light blue versus the dark blue. Nope, we're going with the light blue. Okay. It's good to test it, but going with the light blue. All right. The other option I had, I mean, I don't have to mark this like this. I could put it on the sign. Because the sign labels the villager, right? That says this guy's a lure villager and this guy is a frost walker. But the fact that he also does glass is a thing. So what I could do is I could change this. So I've got that pipe, right? That partly it's there for the space, but I just like having that little extra mark out there. I think it just looks cool. I said I was going to change it to a block or a circle or something. I absolutely could swap that out depending on if they have a glass trade. The other thing I want to mark is if they have a bookshelf trade. But that's starting to add a lot of extra like hash marks and stuff to this, but maybe that's okay. I mean, I don't know. Because like any of these that have like the Luck of the Sea guy, any of them that have just one line for their label, that's easy. I could come down here and I could put something underneath, right? But when it's the Luck of the Sea, for example, I could do the same thing, but it's just yeah, it's just a problem. It gets messy here at the bottom. I like having this space here, which is why maybe putting something over here would be good. Said what this guy, he actually has both. So what I could do is I could give me an X. Okay. So he's got both. That's a possibility. This guy only has the bookshelf. So maybe what I could then do is put a slash for the bookshelf and See, this guy, he only does glass, right? So I could come in here and do backslash. Oops. Or no, forward slash. The other one was a backslash, right? So a slash is glass, a backslash is a bookshelf, which would give the that's the mnemonic, backslash equal bookshelf. That would work, and then I just make this all solid, and it doesn't look as silly. All right, I can do that. So this guy does neither. He just does glass. This guy does both. All right. Impaling does, okay, he does both. That's convenient. Hey, all right. So my knockback guy, or the infinity guy, sorry, does both. Good. Okay, that's handy. The knockback guy does just glass. Okay, so again, so that would be a forward slash. Okay, looting does both. Okay, so that's an X. Yeah, I think that'll work. And then I'll figure out something else to do. Okay, this guy does both. So loyalty is both. All right. It's good to label things, right? Right. Okay, so the luck of the sea, we've already labeled. He does both. The lure guy does just bookshelves, which means that's a backslash. All right. This mending guy does glass and just glass. So, boy, that text is hard to read. Boy, you can barely see it there on the sign. Okay. This guy does just glass, multi-shot. So, all right. Yeah, that's right. Piercing does, again, just glass. Okay, the power guy does neither. Projectile protection does neither. Regular protection does glass. Okay. All right, see, this works. So I can see. I may have to put a some sort of thing up that says I know what these mean. So because I will 100% forget. Glass. Okay, some sort of key up somewhere, right? Okay, he does neither. Plus, it's easier to see that than the glass up there. Okay, he does neither. Does neither. Okay, he does both. Okay. Okay, glass and that's it. Okay. Glass is just the slash. All right. Yep. And you do bookshelves. Okay, so Smite guy does bookshelves, which is a backslash. Yay! Okay. Sweeping edge guy does neither. Thorns guy does neither. Just does bookshelves, which is a backslash. All right. Okay. Yep, he doesn't do either of them. He doesn't do either. Does, see, it's just the mending guy does glass, which again, really hard to read. Glass is that one. Okay, hang on. I can't. I can't read that. It's hard. Okay. This guy doesn't do either of them. This guy does bookshelves. Wow. Okay. Bookshelf, which is the backslash. All right. Great. And Aqua Affinity does just glass. All right. We're getting there. Glass. Okay. And then all of these guys I need to label. Okay. This is why we're talking about labeling in the title, right? Because that's just what's happening here. Okay, and if you need any of the other specific things, compasses or clocks, I don't care. Glass is that one. Okay. He does bookshelves, but I think I want to, let's go get some emeralds and see if he trades up at all. Oops, not that one. This one. Okay. Yep, that'll be good. Well, that's a lot of emeralds. All right, that's fine. I'm going to burn a bunch of them here. Okay. Let's see. So the channeling guy only does bookshelves. So that's a backslash. Curse of binding guy doesn't do either because he's just cursed. You know, it would be really nice if you would unlock more trades. We'll come back to him. Curse of Vanishing does bookshelves. I'm kind of wishing now maybe I used a different way of marking that, but it's okay. Density guy just does glass. Because this is looking a little bit funky in all of this stuff, but it's all right. Strider guy does glass. All right. Efficiency guy does both. Okay. Feather falling guy does just glass. Okay. Glass. All right. Yeah, I may come through and change this code, but because I'm not overly thrilled with what it's looking like here. Shelves. Okay. Okay, I think I've done all of these guys. Yes. All right. Great. Well, that's just lovely. All right. So let's just drop off some stuff. Thought I did drop off that concrete. Oh well. Let's grab a crafting table real quick because I may need one here soon. But I definitely need one now so that I can combine these emeralds back up. All right. I'm going to have to take a quick run to the bathroom. So I'm going to do that, refresh my drink. So this would be a good time for all of you to do that as well. And I will be back in just a minute. I'm so sorry you're working hard. I've never worked hard in my life, and you are, and I'm so jealous of your hard working. I hope you do better. I miss all the hard work. Is that better? Is that better, Snoopers? We okay? Okay, I am back. Refresh my drink. We are going to be going for another hour and a half or so, I hope. So hopefully good things will happen. Okay, but the first thing that's going to happen is we're going to take this glass out. Okay. It was an idea. It actually wasn't a horrible idea, but it just did not work the way I wanted it to. So take that out. I'll head back up top and clean out the frog lights and stuff up there too. But okay. My cat is grumpy. I probably should have taken a moment to gotten him a little bit of food. He normally gets wet food around this time. He has dry food. It's not like he's going hungry. I'm not dealing with, starving kitty or anything like that. It's just, I just messed with his routine and he's grumpy about it. And that's fair. In all honesty, that's totally legit. But his whole routine's been messed up anyway because my wife has been gone this week. So it's like people aren't where I expect them to be. The right other people aren't doing things. It's just all this craziness. All right, so let's see now. What else we're going to do here? So this isn't bad. I mean, I could go back to those blocks in the corners, which I think I'm going to do. So, and yeah, I can have a broken one. That's fine. Yeah, so I think I'm going to update this code because I don't know. We'll see. I'll come in. I'm going to swap this pipe out for something else. A block or something. I'll go dig around in the Unicode table and find something that looks good. All right, but as far as what else it's going to be, I couldn't say. All right, now this side is a little weird. I think what I'm... Yeah, this side is definitely weird because of all the things here. Okay. Yeah, because I think this will be a... Oops, not one of those. Oh, I don't have any on me. I think I put it in a box. Did I put it with the socks? Did I put it here or there? Did I put it anywhere? Not anywhere useful. Anyway, I think what's going to happen is I am going to bring this wall across this way. Again, these chests are in the way, but we'll deal with that. Okay. So, yeah, something is going to have to happen in this corner, and I just don't know what it is. Okay. I mean, there is room, right? So if I bring... Jeez. I gotta go find where I left it. I know I had more of this, this blue terracotta. Where did I put it? Where did it go? Also, I need to get a bunch of green terracotta and finish what's happening down here, too, but... cyan. I thought I had... Okay, I must have just done something silly. All right, well, that's fine. Dies. Nope. All right, well, that's fine. Okay, let's just get some blue terracotta made from just the white terracotta. Okay. I like the white terracotta, so maybe this is not how I want to do it, but that's okay. I really do need to go farming some terracotta, but it dies. There we go. Blue. Ta-da! Okay. And that goes back in there. All right. Nice. But this this is why I build automated storage systems, y'all. So that I know what's going on. When it's going on and all that stuff, right? Okay. So let's see. Oh, I guess I can go around this way. Yeah. All right. So we'll put a door here. Again, I've got chest full of books. We'll worry about that later. The fact that this is a wall here. Well, that's okay. So what I could do is I could do the same thing down there and just line this with trapdoors. And that would be fine. Actually, that would be good. That would keep that same sort of theme. And I don't have to worry about what all is happening down there. I can also continue this up with the acacia trapdoors. Yeah, it'll be good. Make it work. And yeah, having this having this door here. I don't want to block those chests, so. Okay, so I can come in this way if I need to. But the sort of main entrance to this area is over here. All right, that's great. I've got so many chests of books. So many. Okay. Cool. All right, so what to do now with a little bit of something here. Actually, what I could do... See, I've got the purple back behind it. What if I were to take this purple out and put in blue concrete? Oh, that actually looks better. That does look better. Okay. Oops. So if I put this light blue concrete in, we'll take this out. Okay. There's going to be an interesting dividing line between this room and the outside. We'll worry about that in a minute, but let's go ahead and get all of this in place. Okay, that's purple. This is actually going to end up getting covered by something else. Okay. So I'm going to have a set of chest here and a water stream going up this way. So that'll totally look different. Okay. So that's going to go like so. Okay. All right, so we've got some interesting things now happening in here. This hallway is now strange and bizarre. We'll deal with that in a bit. Right, I could actually make it a hallway. If I were to go across like this, okay, I could take the same like so. Actually, maybe what I'll do. This is, hang on. Okay, yeah, this does push in one block, which is fine. All right, I don't like this. So we're going to put that in. Take this out here. Okay. For now, I'm going to leave this purple, I think. Yeah, if I do something similar here, if I take this out, bring these stairs across like that. That might work. Now I've got, what did I do there? Those I brought the stairs around, so. Okay. No, that's not going to work. We'll do that. Okay, that's a little bit better, but this area back here is messy. Okay, it really is. Let's go ahead and just fill that in like that. Wow, I have no idea what I'm going to do with this. That is the block I'm holding, but not the block I want. All right. All right. Right, this was here because of that. Right. All right. All right. All right. I'll take that out because it did look funky. If I can continue this. Now it just looks like the paint is dripping. Ugh, okay. Yeah, because I don't think I have any more where it's in the middle of an aisle. I mean, here, I suppose. Okay. Lots of happening here, and I don't know that I like it. I do not know. I'm not sure I like these caps here at all, if I'm going to be honest with you. Okay, just these things in the corners. I don't mind a little bit of something differentiating it. In fact, I probably do want something. But I don't like this style. It's a little bit too not modern, I think is what I'm thinking. It really feels like it's a little bit more, it's leaning more into the Baroque, where you're dealing with arches and things like that. This is not a build where I want arches. At least this room, I don't want arches. I want, the overlap is fine. That's fine, but I don't want it to arch. Okay. And this black, that black terracotta right on that? It is. Okay. Right. So if I'm coming up here, right. So this is all coming this way. Right. And it's the same thing on this side. I'm going to put this here rather than filling out that hallway, because I'm going to need to visualize what's happening on this side. Okay. And I just don't. Because this hallway is just not. Okay. That's going to come out. Okay. So, what to do here? Okay. So what I could do is take this out. Right. Oop, hang on. Minecraft has decided to freak out on me. Okay. So I could take that out. Go like... Oh, that's... Ew. That's just messy. Ah, that is so messy. Okay. I guess it'll work. Maybe. Okay. So if I were to put this like, oops, nope. Top side, please. Thank you. Top side. There we go. So I could go with that. But I think I do like having some sort of pillar here. So what if I were to come in with, oh, not the tile. Not the tile. What if I were to come in with the brick? Well, that's a thing that I don't have on me. Here we go. What if I were to bring the brick in? Oops, no. And do that. That might be better. All right. Now I still need to figure out the floor because I don't think I want it to stay this white. At least the white concrete. But honestly, the way this is going, if I just take out the pale oak, right, these stripes here, and just replace it with the concrete, maybe that'll be okay. All right. Let's take these pillars out. Okay. Because as I said, I want this to be bright. And the deep slate is not bright. On the other hand, there is a lot of color here, which is good. So we're going to be playing with that some. Now, okay, so this would have to come out with and be those bricks as well. All right. That's not too bad. Oh, that corner thing comes out. All right. And then this would be the deep slate. Yeah, and the same here. This would be deep slate brick. Okay. It's a little dark on this side because I don't have any of the lights here, but right, because these guys all have their alcoves are all lit. Okay, which is a good thing. Right? So lit. All right. So that's a thing. Let me get this going. Now, things are a little bit weird here. So this is 2 blocks wide. This hallway is 3 blocks wide. This one is 3. And this is 4. Wow, me. Wow. Right. What I need to do is shift this one over 1 and shift this one over 1. And that's not going to happen. So 2, 3, and 4. Great. Oh, what a mess. Boy, that's something I wish I had noticed before I started moving villagers in. All right. I mean, now, I was okay with the different... I knew that the spacing was different. but I didn't realize that it was that different in such a messy sort of way. Wow. All right. I mean, I can justify it, right? This one has this door here, which leads to the outside world. This is just normal. And then this one is going to have the book return, which is going to come up here. So, and that book drop off. Why is this? Oh, right, because he couldn't do the thing. Right, this sign is actually in the wrong place. Oh. All right. Fire. Okay. Protection. And I didn't look. What are you? Bookshelf only. Okay. Bookshelf only. That is a backslash. All right. Splooch. And let's get that cyan dye here. Okay. And cyan dye. Okay. Right. Okay. It's fine. Yeah. No, it's fine. All right. This way, at least I can put the fire protection books, which are somewhere. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Those are just protection, obviously, but they can go in there. Okay. Hang on. I need to shift my inventory around in a way that makes sense. Okay. Okay. I was just wondering if it was the same pitch every time for each slot. That I don't know. But at least I can come over here now and just grab a protection book, right? And we can put it back. All right. Okay, and I can do that with all of these. 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. I mean, this is fine, but it's a little bit annoying because I have to go into each slot. But okay. All right. So actually, do I have fire aspects? I think I do here somewhere. You know, though I didn't trade for that first trade for all of them. Some of them I just bought like bookshelves, so I may not have it. Okay. Fire protection. All right. Well, we'll sort all of that out, I guess. Unless they ended up in here. Feather falling. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But all right, you know, aqua affinity. Let's see if oh, fire aspect. That is what this guy is, right? Yes. Cool. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wonderful. So back. Right, so he's gonna look kind of like so. All right. Yeah. That's fine. That's fine. So that's going to look okay. Now, I've got this blue stripe coming across the top, which is looking a little bit wonky. So what to do about the wonk? Yep. Yeah, if I did shift this guy over 2 blocks, there would be no doorway here. So, all right. Nope, it's fine. Deep breaths, it's fine. The fact that this is 2 blocks and 3 blocks and 4 blocks isn't triggering me at all. No, 100%. Look at this is me being not triggered. No. There's no shakes. No, we're fine. Everything's fine. Okay. All right. So whatever I do on the roof, I think that's just going to be solid. So let's try. I had those chains here, right? Yeah. What if? Oops. Close something I didn't mean to. Yeah, what if do something else here? So like if I were to bring the chains here and then run something along the top, right? I could do something like that. Yeah, the chains would not be over the. Okay, let's try this. Yeah, we'll just run chains over the bookshelves, not over the villagers. All right. And what if I were to put, I don't know, trap doors or something there? Might be good. What would be a good trap door? I mean, I could do oak. I have to go get more, but I could do oak. I could do dark oak, or not dark oak, pale oak, right? Bring the white of the signs up this way. Both of those are possible. Let's go see what I've got. I know I've got plenty of pale oak trapdoors. But let's see what else I've got. Pale oak. All right, so grab some of those. And then oak. Now, the thing with the oak trapdoors. Okay. I don't have a lot. If I need more, I'll come back and get more. But the thing with the oak trapdoors is you can see through them. Okay, which might be a good thing, depending on how we approach this. Right, so I can come in with the oak trapdoors like so. Right? Kind of with you, dude. I'm not sure I like that. If I were to bring in the pale oak trapdoors. Oops. Okay, like that. You know, it's definitely a vibe. Here's a. Okay, let's say not the pale oak. Okay. But what if I say not the chains? And I use end rods instead. That might be cool. So let's get down here. Put the pale oak away. And yeah, get some end rods. Pale oak. All right, and I have end rods around here somewhere. I believe here in this box. Yes. I'm going to play with this a little bit. The soul lanterns might be an interesting trick. But let's start with the end rods. I'm leaning to the end rods in part because they're narrow. Okay. Because they're such a skinny little block. I think that might get me what I want, but at least a little bit of the look that I want. Right, so if I were to take these chains out, right, and put in end rods, like so. Now, I don't have to do the trapdoors, everyone, right? Right, I could take the, like, every other trapdoor out. I don't know that I like that, but on the other hand, it might be better than just having the stripe go across. But I do like the end rods better than the chains. Okay. What if instead of the chains and instead of the end rods, I do soul lanterns? Right. If I bring that across like so. Soul lanterns are the wrong look. They're too they're too old. Okay. Okay. But if I do these end rods, okay, like so. Okay. So I've got something like that. But there's an optical illusion that's just blowing my mind. Okay. All right, so chains come out here. Okay. Like that. And then over here, these ones come out too. All right. Okay, so something along these lines. I said I'm not entirely... What if I... Okay, now I'm... What if it's not pale oak? Okay. I don't like the whole stripe going across here. Okay. I'm definitely going to have to dye up a bunch of black terracotta to get across this, but what if instead of pale oak, I use birch? Yeah, I think that might be interesting. Birch. Got a few trapdoors here. Let's make up a few more. Okay. And I might need to be a little bit careful about how I place these because it's got the little notch for the handle. And so I think I may want to change that just a little bit. But let's see what fun we can get out of this. Because the sort of paper look, right? So if I place these here, there, and there, I could also spread these out, right? I might have too many of these. Okay. I like the idea. I think it's... So I think I've got them too close together. Yeah, so if I were to take out that one and that one... Yeah, so let's take out that one and that one. Okay, oops, no, this one would go here. You could have a little bit of funkiness because of the shape of the building, but that's okay. All right, so if I do that, that one comes out. No. I do want that sort of like that. We're gonna end up playing with some spacing here, okay? But I actually do kind of like the idea of, let's go ahead and take this out. That, and that one. And let's take this guy out. Okay, and 1, 2, 3, 4. I need somewhere I can see the lines better. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. See, that's not too bad. I could go with that. And then if I do the same thing on this side, where basically I'm just going to go. So there's basically 3 per side. Again, I don't need them for the lights. Okay. Yeah, I don't need these for the lights. I just need them for the look. Yeah. Okay. So I was having a hard time figuring out where everything was going. All right, so those go there like that. I think, actually, these are too close together. Let's go ahead and just take those out. Oops. X. Okay. And, yeah, because I only did 2 on this side. That makes sense. All right, and then same thing over here. We would do 1 and 2. Place these that way again, so that notch is facing in. All right, I kind of like what this is doing. I don't know if I want to do any on the end cap. We'll worry about that in a minute. But all right, so this would go here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6, 7, 8, 9. Yep, that is correct. Yeah, see, the outside is symmetrical. It's just these 2 cutouts are different. And if I had been thinking about it, I might have centered it a little bit better, but ultimately, I think this is okay. Yeah, because this comes out here. This comes out here. Yeah. It does explain why things weren't quite working the way I expected them to, but, you know. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right. Great. So there. And there. Oh, what did I do with, what did I did? Yep. That's it. Okay, it's along that wall. What did I do with this one? It's facing this way. Okay. That's okay. That is okay. So, we'll see. All right. Okay. Actually, what I might do, I think this would be a little bit better. So let's take these ones off of here and put them, do I want to put them here? I mean, yes, it's facing the wrong way, but no, I don't think I do. I think I want to leave them tucked in here. Okay. Because I screwed this up, and I've got even number of spaces in 2 of these 3 alcoves, I can't just run them down the middle. I could run it down the middle here, which is still an option. To be fair, it is very much still an option. All right, I think I need to get some black terracotta. because I need to finish this this ceiling and figure out what the heck it's going to look like. So let's go ahead and put this blue away and the orange away. Go ahead and grab this red. And it is all about to become black terracotta. Great. Don't know if that's enough, but we'll see. I guess I should put the extra red away. Otherwise, it's just going to eat my inventory space. Okay. And red goes there. Okay. Put that sand away, too. All right. Are we making progress? We are maybe making progress. I think so. I think things are starting to look better. Okay, so let's go ahead and fill this out. Yeah, I also need to figure out what's happening in the front of this room. Right. Whatever's coming this way. Let's leave that out just for a minute so that I can get up here when I need to. Of course, I could move my scaffolding. Scaffolding is my favorite part about scaffolding, is it moves really easy. Okay. All right. Do I have to worry about dark patches at the moment? Probably not, because I've got a fair amount of light and I'm not blocking off the rest of it yet, so. All right, so let's just fill this in. Can't believe I screwed that up that badly. Okay, again, it's not that big a deal. It's just awkward. For those in the know, you know, it's going to be stupid. All right, so if I bring that across like so, do I want to? I could do that. I mean, it's, yeah, I mean, it's fine. Right, now, so I've got a ceiling in here now. Said we'll worry about doors. Let's get this pale oak out of the floor, huh? All right, so, because I think that's throwing things off. All right. Because I laid out the pale oak in a grid so that each section within the pale oak is a 9x9 section of concrete. And it's fine. It looks great. But the idea was not necessarily to have that be the floor everywhere. Right? Because I designed this so that at least, and by design, I mean I thought about it a little bit, is I wanted each of these rooms to be separate, to have a separate design, potentially a separate aesthetic, though I'm still going with the mostly modern look. But we definitely have a different look here in this room. Well, down here where it's all the redstone. It's obviously going to look different, but we have a different look here with all this redstone than we would have elsewhere. No, I've got just a different look in the library or that bookshop than we have in like the honey farm, or in with the clerics, or in with the blacksmiths. Okay. We just have different looks for all of them, and that's the point. Okay. aside, you know, because you look at your own house, right? Assuming your house is more than 3 rooms, the rooms all have probably have a different aesthetic to them. If you've done any sort of decorating at all. So, yeah, I do kind of like these. I like having something that interrupts this blue stripe. But wow. Don't want that to be. Oh, hang on. I have apparently put things away and I need them again. Blue I've got. Deep slate brick. There we go. No, I think I do want this to be concrete. All right. All right, so this sign can go away. I think I do want a sign back here for the best sellers, but I don't know quite what I want it to look like. I mean, I could just put the sign back here, right? Just right, bestsellers. But the other option, which actually wouldn't be a bad one too, would be to put a hanging sign. Of course, I took all of my hanging signs and put them away because I don't need hanging signs anymore. That's silly. But having a bestseller sign hanging over here and pointing this way, I think that would be good. So let's go get a couple of pale oak hanging signs, or at least one. Pale oak hanging signs. Hanging signs. Okay. 2 will work. All right. So let's see what other fun things we've got going on. Aside from all of that. Yeah. Also, this is 3 blocks wide, so I'm going to have to deal with some sort of different door there. But do I have chains? I do. Let's see. Is that a good spot for it? Yeah, I think so. All right, so let's go like that. I do bestsellers. Actually, you know what? Let's because I want to keep that sort of theme, but I do need the arrows probably. Okay. Do I want 1? Do I want 2? Do I want something? Okay. Those are that way. Okay. Best. Here we go. Sellers. That goes. Oops. Spaces. Spaces. Okay. Is that the way I want it? Okay. I mean, that's fine. That's fine. I mean, you're already walking past, so that, I think that'll work. I'm going to need some glow goo and, oh, I don't have any more. Okay, well, the glow goo I can do easily enough. Assuming I actually take it out of the box. And then it's just a matter of a color to make that. And I think what I'm going to do... See, most of these are green. So let's go ahead and just... That is a slightly different green than that. And it might just be because it's darker up there. That's a possibility as well. All right, but that's good. I like that. Yeah, this is very much a bookshop rather than a library. Okay, which is actually not a bad vibe. Okay. All right, now I need doors. Because I've got a 3x3 door here. Okay, so I think what I need to do... Do I still have some more? I have the one pale oak. One pale oak sign, that is. All right, let's go get a few more signs and a few more trap doors, actually. And I think we're going to have something interesting here. So... a few more signs, pale oak trap doors, and I also want to craft up some, there we go. A couple of doors, or at least one set of doors. Oh, it's a little bit annoying because they've got that barn door aesthetic, but I think I can work with that. Okay. Up we go. Yeah, I think next week the elevators are going in. I think that is definitely going to be on the list of things to do here. Let's get the elevators up because that scaffolding is a pain in the neck. All right, so let's do this. Oh, it's actually a 3x2 door. That's fine. Okay, and then let's grab this. And we'll put it on that side. All right. Or do I want them on this side? I think what I'm going to do is let's put them on this side, actually. Okay. Okay, so this will go on this side. Nope, that's just wrong. All of that's wrong. It's wrong. Everything is wrong. Just tear it down, start over. Everything is just wrong. All right. So that'll go like so, and then... do I happen to have any pale oak? A little bit. Cool. All right, I need a pressure plate. Grab a couple of those. Apparently I have green dye. That's cool. Woohoo! Okay. You know what? Given the way this is built in here, I'm changing my mind again. It's happening. It's happening, people. I'm losing my mind. I'm going slightly wackadoodle. And you're here to experience it with me because that's what makes streaming fun. The shared wackadoodle. You know you're winning when you have a shared wackadoodle. All right, so the idea here, okay, obviously pressure plate. This will go on the outside. I could change this out, but because I've made this door sort of go in like this, I think this is cool. And then I think let's and we'll just act. That's not at all how that was supposed to go. Okay, no, we'll do it this way. Snop? No, shop. The old bookshop. And okay, that's centered. Part of me would like to not center it, but I think we'll be okay there. Let's see, part of me wants to come in here and do this. Okay, and set it up that way. And not to say I can't. Right? I totally could. And then just give it a little bit of a thing. So, and if I want to get really like hyper hipster, right? This would go over here. This would come over here. Right, and this would, and obviously this would not then be there at all. Right, if I want to get like hyper hipster, I would do something like that. Or it is a wide sign, so maybe I would put the, hang on, we got it. I can make this work. Right, justifying everything is right. Okay. I actually don't mind the signs up there. I think we'll do this. I need a different color. Let's do cyan and let's get our goo. All right. That goes there. That goes there. All right. Okay, so this is fine. Now the floor is very much concrete. Yeah, there's a lot of concrete on that floor. So okay. Yeah, I'm going to make that door happen. It's just going to happen like so. All right. Okay, that's fine. Yeah. So okay, and as I said, I think I may put a little might put a little painting here on this wall. I could also open this up so it looks out on the reactor, which would be kind of cool. Because nothing says these rooms have to be completely enclosed, right? It made sense for most of my other ones, but these ones? No, I'll enclose it. I can get a painting. In fact, do I have wool on me? I doubt it. Yeah, I'm pretty certain I don't. That would be a weird thing to have. Now, I could see having some wool stuck in one of these boxes here, but you know, it's fine, right? Everything's great. So yeah. Now I'm hating the lamps. right, Chaff, does anybody out there? Do I keep the lamps? I mean, it's just silly stuff. I was just looking at this, thinking, you know what, the blue, there's just too much blue, okay? And I guess maybe that's not true. Maybe there isn't too much blue, but there's a lot of it. And having the lamps or the stuff here to break it up is not a bad thing. And what I could do, maybe instead of the trapdoors, what if I were to take these out and put in slabs? I mean, I could put the slabs all the way around, but over on that side, I end up blocking off the ceiling because it's only 2 blocks wide. And this happens to be a wide room here, so. All right, let's say we got really crazy. Not just like sort of crazy, but, you know, kind of. Okay. And what if I swap that around and actually put it like that? Okay, now the reason I'm looking at it this way is that no, you don't get the attached to the ceiling bit. What you get down here is a little bit of a lamp with the bulb, right? That sort of look to it. That might work, I think, because if we're working as sort of a modern, I guess I could have left those trapdoors there. We'll just put those in for a minute. All right, let's change them out over here. Okay, and we'll okay. Maybe I should have used the slabs. There we go. Yep. Okay. Note to self, not trapdoors. All right. And yeah, that gives a little bit of that lamp type of look without going like hyper crazy. Okay. Yeah, I don't like it. I don't know. There's something about this. I like the extra light that's up there. But yeah, I just don't like these. I don't know what it is. I just don't. And it's probably just because they're right next to the wall, but because the way I screwed up when I built this, I don't have a lot of options there. So all right, so what I could do, okay, so like I could come in and do something like this, right? Again, that's going to be just that wide. If I were to come in, say, like that, right? No, it just doesn't work for me. So I don't know. I wouldn't mind. And actually, what I could do is I could bring So down here, I've got this sort of look where I've got the dealy bobs and stuff. I could bring that look in to a couple of places. Like right here, you know, coming in sort of here. Oops. Could you go on top of that, please? I mean, I don't know. Maybe I just do the whole dealy bob like so. No, no. It's just I liked having the light up there. It's just a little too wonky, you know what I mean? Okay, what if I do it this way? Okay, and then let's try a trapdoor. I mean, that's a possibility, right? I could, it's what ends up breaking it for me more often than not is the repetitiveness. Okay. Okay, that goes right there. Does not go right there. Oh, no, is that right? There it goes. Okay. Right, so I could do something like that. Let's pop this way. All right, and trapdoor goes like so. Take this out. But let's do. Okay, I'm going to have to change this trapdoor out, but we'll. Because I want the notch on the top side, but. No. Okay. Hi, I would like to place this in the middle, please. Thank you. Okay. And so that goes like so, and then we slap the thing here in the middle. That actually is sort of interesting. Okay. It's sort of an interesting look. I'm not entirely sure I'm totally liking it, but what happens when I... Actually, let's not do that side. Let's do there, coming down those sides, coming down this side. And then we'll bring it this way. Okay. All right, and then... Oh, unfortunately, where I want this trapdoor is right there. I can't because that trapdoor is there. Yeah, okay, that's not gonna fly. Interesting idea, but no. Okay. But that gives a little bit of extra light. And actually, I could do this right here. So I have to replace those trapdoors, but should I do it on this side? Okay. All right. This, I think, is going to work. Like so. And like so. There we go. Yes. Yeah, it's a little bit of a funky look, but I think it'll work. It's there, and then yeah, that's fine. Can do it that way. All right, so now we just get these trapdoors in on this side and this side so that the notch is up. Okay. I think that works. I think that works. That gives us a nice little light bar. And I could. Okay, I'm not going to run it down that side. Okay. We're not going to run down like that. So, okay. That's totally a thing. Now, yes, I could put, rather than a trap door, I could put like a pale oak log or something here and run it both sides. But I think that'll work. Okay. All right. It's nothing overly crazy, but that's black terracotta, not deep slate. All right. I think this works. Now, the last question is the floor. Okay. Because I've done this whole floor in this white concrete, and it looks okay. I mean, it's fine. It's just, man, you can really see the pink in that pale oak when you've got the blue, and even the white concrete has a little bit of a blue tint to it. Okay. It's not bad here. It's just a lot of white. I feel I know. I want to run a carpet around the edge. The question is what carpet? I don't think I want to. I mean, I could use the gray. Right, I could do that. But what if I grab some of the light blue? Okay, which I think I've got. I know I've got light blue wool. This should be perfectly fine. Wool, wool, wool. Aha. All right, I'm going to bring the gray wool with me just in case, but I think this is actually going to work out really well. I think it's going to look nice when it's done. Yeah, and even the narrow side isn't going to be that big a deal as far as how narrow this is. The signs. Okay. I'll deal with that. But aside from that, is that... Hang on. Make a more. That's the gray. Right? Is that okay? Kind of running that side pulls the blue down. The other option would be to continue the gray, right? Is to take this gray wool and continue it this way. That actually looks kind of okay. Right, and bring this gray wool across. Okay. I think no matter what I do, I was about to say, no matter what I do, I want to put the gray wool here because it looks so good there. Okay. And so where there are signs, I'll put a wool block underneath it. But oh, all right. Do I use the gray wool or the light blue wool? Because I could see reasons for both. So the blue wool brings this color down here, which is lacking. Yeah. All right, no, I'm going to use the blue. Okay. All right, there are certainly options and stuff, but I'm going to go with the blue. Okay. Just because, all in all, I think it's just going to give a better look. Not going to put it in front of the door. Give that guy a... Okay. And then what I need to do is any place here, like where there's a sign, just pop that in. Okay. Yep. That gray did look good there, though. Okay. Some more blue carpet. All right, so I hope I've got enough carpet to pull this off, or enough wool to pull this off. Okay, so that's there. I think I've done this side except for the signs. Okay. As I said, the book return or the book drop off, there's going to be some changes there, so we'll not worry about that too much. Okay, yeah, this kind of works. Yeah, I can live with that. All right. Is all full? Yeah, all right. Okay, again, right now I've got these stacks of books in the way. All right, that was a mistake. Hang on, let's put these back down. Except I'll put them down over here where they're potentially a little bit out of the way of a, future screenshot or something. Okay. All right, so let's see if there's any of these that have... All right, we'll just throw that in there. This one's got wet concrete, right? Yep. Wow, all right, cool. So then the last thing that needs to happen here is going to be to fill in all the books. All right, so let's get that done real quick. All right, so unbreaking. That's probably unbreaking. Great. All right. Hang on, we need to be sure I've got 6 spots for this stuff. Okay. Oops. All right. Yep. Yeah, I know. I guess shaking his head at me like I don't know what I'm doing. All right. And yes. All right. So this unbreaking guy. All right. Great. Okay. Fortune 3. That would be you. Oops. Wow. I'm bad at bookshelves. Yeah, he agrees. All right, and there's another Fortune 3 guy over here. Let's go ahead and just load up his books as well. Feather Falling. There he is, Fortune. Okay. Yep. Just we'll get all of these in place. So I think I've traded enough that I've got all of their books. So sharpness. That's you. Okay. This is where I suddenly get disorganized. Suddenly. Unbreaking is all done. Okay. Mending. Okay, I think those are all mending. Right? Yeah. Okay. And I believe I already filled in the mending guy over this way, but we'll just double check. Mending is the... Yes. Okay. All right, that's great. All right, next. So we got lots of unbreaking books. I think that's... I had to trade a bunch of those, but okay. Riptide. All right. That's the Riptide. Respiration. Okay, that's punch, sharpness, respiration. There we go. Okay. Respiration, aqua affinity. That would be this guy right here. Okay, yep. I like that idea, that approach we had to that. That worked. Mending, I think we've done. Aqua respiration, aqua affinity. Fortune 3. Set. Oh yeah. Oh, thorns. Yeah, all the unbreaking. We're totally unbreaking. Okay. And there we go. That's all the Thorns books. Affinity, Fortune. All right. So we'll take a look at what we're missing here, like Silk Touch, for example. We'll have to fill that in. Depth Strider. That would be Depth Strider. That would be you. See, maybe I've got some more Depth Strider here, but efficiency 5. Okay. This guy needed filled up. All right, and then I think there's another one over here because that's how vowels work. Okay. Alphabet is cool, right? Right. All right. Oh. Right. Couple more Depth Strider books. I think it'll be cool if we can get all of these bookshelves filled up. I put the density book on the wrong. All right. All right, we'll have to change it. All right. Density. Yep, he's over there laughing at me. Okay. And he was just glass. Okay. Which glass is this one? No, that one. All right. let's... We need goo. And density is a weapon trade, so... Okay, oh, I've got goo. Alright, glow goo. Alright. Density is a weapon trade. Lovely. Okay. Alright, a lot of density books. Okay, quick charge. Oops, quick charge is over here with the Qs. You know what? It would help if I actually put these in order in the right place. Okay. Yes, I know. I know. It's late and you want... And I keep saying goo. He's got a sort of medicine he has to take for hairballs that we just refer to as goo. Because that's kind of what it looks like. And I'm probably messing with his head. Okay. Quick charge. Silk touch. There we go. Knew I had some. Okay. Also, his he normally gets wet food in the mid-morning, and I did not stop streaming to give it to him, so he's doubly annoyed at me. All right, so all of those are except for Sweeping Edge and Smite, which I might not have gotten. Okay. Okay, well, there's Curse of Binding. Let's do that one. Okay, good thing Curse of Binding doesn't, you know, mean you can't pull it off the shelf. Okay. Okay. Last protection, did I? Yep. I put the Bane of Anthropods sign in the wrong place, so that's cool. Okay. Time to fix this one. All right. Ah. Bane of Anthropods. And let's see, what are you? You are not doing glass or bookshelves. Cool. All right. I need those. And Bane of Anthropods is a weapon trade, so it turns red. Goo, please. Go. All right, and this goes back. I'm grateful that popped back up. That's wonderful. All right, so blast protection. I did fill that in. Cool. Bane of Anthropods is right here. Okay. Oh yeah, I have about 18 more Anthropods books than I will probably ever need, but at least I've got the trade. No, I'm going to be building a spider farm, so having that trade available is going to be great. Okay. Do I have a breach? Any of these say breach? Punch 2 fire aspect. No. Okay. Breach books are cheap, so let's see if I have any more books. That would be the next question, huh? I probably don't. All right. Come on, I can click things. All right. All right, so I need breach books. All right. Cool. Good, so now I can load up his bookshelf. Oh, right, he was... Right, he was one, I'm not sure, but we'll go ahead and just make that look right. Okay, so there's breach. Oh, Curse of Vanishing. Did I don't know that I actually got any Curse of Vanishing. There's Curse of Binding. Okay, so I need a couple more bookshelves. Or a couple more books, actually. Ah, that was the wrong axe. Okay. And let's buy some Curse of Vanishing books. Hi. Great. Okay. I don't plan on ever using those books, but I wanted to have the trade just in case. Okay. All right. So there's a bunch of these that need to be filled in. Sweeping Edge and Smite. All right. Okay. Let's just buy those. Okay. Smite. Okay, let's get 6 of those. All right. Smite, smite, all of the smite. Okay, and then Sweeping Edge, which is slightly more expensive. All right. Okay, so these bookshelves are all stocked. These shelves are all stocked. Okay, we've got, again, some leftovers here that need to clean out, but power. All right, so yeah, we've got a bunch of those. Look at the sea, knockback. Power. Okay, there we go. Okay, power books are in. Excellent. Lure. I have to admit, I don't remember. I think I bought most of those at one point, but maybe not. Lure. I saw it. I saw it. Oh. Okay. I did see it. It just turns out wasn't that many. Okay. All right. So, lure. I would like more than I... Okay. Sorry, got to break some large bills. Okay. All right. So, wonderful. All right. Lure is all stocked. Oh, Luck of the Sea. I know. I think I saw... Oh, there's Bane of Anthropods books. Okay. Luck of the Sea. There we go. Yeah, we'll get this all... Oops, come on. Get this all stocked up. It'll look great. Okay. Loyalty. You know what? I think maybe we'll let them ride. I'll fill those in offline. The rest of these are good, other than the fact I've got a bunch of leftover books. So I need to get those cleaned out, but... All right, I think this is good. I think we've got ourselves a nice little bookshop. All right? I like this. Yeah, just of course they all have their backs turned to me, but that's fine, right? Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay. I'm doing okay, Amber. How are you doing over there on the kick side of things? All right. I like it. I like it. Said I need to just pack up a bunch of chests. I think I actually will fill out this area with the chests because I'm going to put the book drop off here. So having them here is going to be handy. But yeah, otherwise we're good. We're good. All right. I can live with this. I can totally live with this. All right, nice. So we got a couple of screenies here for thumbnails and stuff, but I think we are set. Whoo-wee. All right. What the heck? We can go till noon. Let's see. What? So I need loyalty and or looting. Loyalty and or looting would be great. Okay. Well, Curse of Vanishing. Yeah, I think I had originally, when I was looking at this, bought at least one of the original books to bring over here so I can set up filters on stuff later. Wow, Loyalty 3 was expensive. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. We'll get them. I've got to stock the shelves. All right. Right, all that fun. All right, looting. Looting is also expensive. All right. So if I have to go hit the ATM, I can do that, but... All right. That might be why I don't have many of them. All right. Okay. Knockback and Infinity. I think I saw Infinity. I've looked into the face of an Infinity. Okay. So there's Infinity. Oops, those are my rockets. I would like those back, please. Knockback. I know I've seen knockback. There it is. Knock. I saw it. I saw it. I lost it again, but I saw it. It might only be the one. Yep, it's only the one. All right. Well, let's get those. Let's get those. Knockback. All right. Cool. Said we're getting these shelves all stocked. It's good. All right, impaling. This one I would not be surprised if I didn't buy it, but okay. I would like your 6 of your oops. Well, I would have liked 6 of his impaling books, but turns out I did not have the money. All right, we're getting there. All right, and then Frostwalker. I saw Frostwalker. Oops, this one. Frostwalker. Okay. Apparently, I only have 2 Frostwalker books. Okay. All right. Well, we can buy more. Frostwalker. Go. Come on, get in there. All right, and then we've got flame and fire protection. Awesome. Fire protection. Oh, there's fire protection. Good. All right, these are the fire protection, right? Fire protection is right next to flame, so that's convenient. All right, and thought I saw it here. Oh, there's flame. Cool. All right, nice. All right, I think we are fully stocked. Wowzers, that took forever, but we are set. Oh, I love it. Okay, wonderful. Well, on that note, hi. There we go. There we are. Hi. On that note, oh, I think it's time to call it a day. It's been a long stream. I haven't done like a 4.5 hour stream in a long time. But I do want to thank all of you for joining me today. Also, give a special shout out to my supporters at musicfreegaming.com. If you want to help support the channel, that is the best way to do it. And get yourself some perks at the same time. Next stream will be Tuesday, 6 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time. So be sure to check that action out. Like, subscribe, follow, turn on all the notifications. You know the drill. And until next time, be excellent to each other. And this is Music Free Gaming signing off.